Hello, everybody. That we can see me. Please, you can see me. Let me see in the comment section. Let me know in the comment section. You can see me. Let me know in the comment section. We are live. So kindly let me know in the comment section if you can see me. We are live. right, good morning, everyone. Good to see us again here. Thank you so much for joining in. Thank you so much. I can see the comment section. Thank you so much for joining in. Thank you so much. I really appreciate. So let me put on my camera now so that you all can see me. Let me put on my camera now. So I have a co-host that is going to be joining me right here, and she's going to be helping us anchor the programs. We're going to be moderating together, and we're going to have it like that till the end of the morning session, and then from there we start all over again in the evening for the evening session as well. Welcome, Damilola. Good to see you here. I'm trying to put on my camera and it's acting funny here so that I can just concentrate and do my thing here. All right, so please let me know if you can still hear me. Let me know if you can still hear me. So I'm going to start right away with the first session, and the first session here is on book project management, managing book project from concept to publication, managing book project from concept to publication. We ought to have someone take this session for us, but because of some issues that came up, the speaker could not be here with us today, and so we just had to find a way around it and have it done. Please let me know if you can still see me because my camera is not coming up. It's not coming up here. It refuses to come up here. So a few minutes just to adjust my camera from here, and then I'll get going. All right, so now I think I'm back now. Yes. Okay, so good morning, everybody. Good morning once again. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So good to see us here. Thank you so much. Please, you can still send in the, you can share this particular live stream on your WhatsApp status, on your timeline, so that people that come across it can always join us right in here. My name is Olua Borishoyele, and this morning I'm going to be taking us on the topic managing book projects from concept to publication. Managing book projects from concept to publication. Yes, that's the topic here before me this morning. And so I'm going to be doing justice to that, after which we are going to have the second speaker take us all through. And one thing I want us to do right here is that I want us to please pay rapt attention to whatever that will be discussed here. Yes, I want us to pay rapt attention to whatever it is that will be discussed here today. And please also make sure that you ask questions. Ask questions. This is the point where you can ask questions from the masterminds that will be coming here to share one or two things with us. And you can put your questions in the comment section. The moderator will pick it up from there, and they will push it forward to the guest speakers who will do justice to that. Thank you so much. I can see Mr. Mark is here. Thank you so much. I really appreciate. Our second guest speaker, she's been here already, and we appreciate her. Thank you so much for coming online. So the first one that we are going to be looking at, the first topic we are going to be looking at this morning is on book project management. Book project management. There's no way we can talk about publishing and not talk about a book. There's no way we can talk about publishing and not talk about something in itself that is like the bedroot or the core thing about it that makes the whole thing very important and necessary for us to come discuss here this morning. So if you have any comments at all, please do well to drop them in the chat box, and it will be addressed appropriately. So this morning, the topic before us is managing book projects from concept to publication. managing book projects from concept to publication. Now, what do we mean by, there are some of us that when we come to, maybe you go ahead to meet with your book publisher, you're like, my book, my book. Even though it's an ebook, we still say my book, my book. The truth of the matter is that your book is a project, and hence it should be called a book project. It should be referred to as a book project. Your book is a project, hence it should be referred to as a book project. That is one thing I want you to leave. One of the things I want you to leave this live session with, that your book is a project and hence should be referred to as a book project. It is a project and hence should be referred to as a book project. Just like we have different projects. There is final year projects in school. When you talk about the academia, you have housing projects, isn't it? Government talks about their own projects. So you as an author or a would-be author, okay, somebody is saying the moving screen is blocking. Oh my God, I don't think I'm seeing any moving screen. Oh. Okay. I don't think I'm seeing any moving screen here. The moving screen is blocking us from seeing you. How about now? Is it better now? Is it better now? Please let me know if it's better now. Let me know if it's better now. Um, okay, because no. So where is the moving screen? I can't see any moving screen here at my end. Okay. All right. Let me try and do something for you. Let me make a research to. Okay. Please let me know once it's better. I'm trying to use the solo layout now so that I can be the only one showing on the screen. Okay, so while I work on that and hope that that comes back, I'll just continue talking. I'll continue sharing so that at least we can be able to meet up with time, because as at now we ought to have been through with the first session. But if you can hear, okay, it's a trailer video. Okay, I see. Thank you. Thank you for that. Let me see if I can remove from my end here, because I actually logged in with two devices. So I guess that is where the issue is coming from. Okay. How about now? Is it better now? Is it better now? How about now? Is it better now? No. Wow. That gone now. Can we all see me now? Can anyone see me? Can you see me now? Can you hear me now? I think the trailer is gone now. It's off here at my own. Can you see me?
I
Can
think it's
you
fine
see me?
now.
Can you see me?
Hi, says I think it's fine now.
Okay, it's fine now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So now we can go on now. So like I was saying, for those of us that are just joining in, thank you so much. I really appreciate. So the first session is the one we are having here. The first segment of the morning show is the one we are having here, and the topic says managing book projects from concept to publication. Managing book projects from concept to publication. Managing book project from concept to publication. And all we've been saying here is that your book is a project. Therefore, you must refer to it as a book project, and that there are several projects that we engage in. There are several projects that we embark on. If you're building a house now, you tell yourself that you refer to it as a building project or an housing project. Same thing too with the government. When the government wants to do anything, they call it a project. So how much more we authors, we that deal with intellectual knowledge, something information that are very vital that can help transform people's life, then I'll see it as maybe it's just a mere book or it's just one activity like that. It's beyond an activity. So you should always refer to your book as a book project. So whenever you start or you have the mindset to work on any published artist at all, you see it as a project and you refer to it as such. You are working with any of the book service professionals, your book cover designer, your editor, you tell them my book project. Oh, how far is it with my book project? But we say my book, my book. So I think those are one of the things that we can go away with on this particular program. And then also too, when we talk about a book project is all like I have referred to it earlier, stating that just like you have housing or building projects, it's also a project that involves a series. It's like a series of activities put together in order to achieve a result. And the result we want to achieve here is a published manuscript, a published asset, one that is available for everybody to see, not just you alone, one that is available for everybody to see aside you, everybody to see, to read, to buy, to get a copy and to access. So that's it. So it comprises of so many activities, it comprises of so many stages, it comprises of so many things put together before we can then refer to it as a book project. Because there is nobody that wakes up in the morning and say, oh, I want to write a book, and then the next thing that is coming up to mind is that oh, I have a book, and it's like, oh, have you now seen my book? And like, where is the book? We can't even see the book cover. We don't know where they are. So like, I thought I wrote a book. No, of course you know that there are a series of things that you have to pass through, stages that you have to pass through in order to come out with a complete and a perfect and a finalized book project. Now, there are different let me say there are life cycles or stages in a book project. There are life cycles or stages in a book project. Just like I defined what a book project is, that it's a series of activities that is directed towards completing or perfecting your manuscript or published assets. Because when we talk about book project, books can come in so many forms. You can have your book in soft copy, you can have your book in hard copy, you can have your book even as an audio. That's what we call audio books. So they are all referred to as published assets, regardless of their format in which it is coming. So what are then the life cycle or stages involved in your book project? What are the life cycle or the stages that are involved in your book project? So I'm going to be listing out each of them. But before I go into that, because that is going to take a little bit of our time, trying to explain each of those stages or the cycle or the steps in it, I'm going to quickly talk about the kinds of book projects. Now, there are two kinds of book projects. We have the published book projects and the unpublished book projects. Published book projects and the unpublished book projects. Okay. Now, when you see that sometimes when they are trying to read an author's bio, they will call them. They will say, "Oh, this person is a published author of 4 books." Now, what that doesn't mean that the person does not have more than that. It's possible that the person has like 10. But that word published author means that the person has only been able to push out just 4 out of the many other books that he or she might have. So for those books that we don't get to see outside, or we don't get to know or get aware of, those ones are called the unpublished book. Most of us belong to this category. Most of us are actually in this particular phase whereby we have so many books, so many manuscripts lying dormant on our laptop or even on your phone, and you just reading it. Some of us, we have our own using pen and paper. It's just there, lying dormant, nothing. We've not done anything to it, we've not transformed it, we've not worked on it. So those ones can be referred to as the unpublished book project. It's a project, just that you've not been able to complete the last cycle of that particular book project for you to have it out in its finished form. So we have published book projects and unpublished book projects. So when your book finally gets out to the final consumer, that's your audience or to your reader, it becomes a published book project. And that's when you can now refer to yourself as, oh, I'm a published author of 2 books. I'm a published author of a book. I'm a published author of 3 books, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that's just about that. Now let's go back to the life cycle or stages in a book project. Now, the day you wake up and then you conceive that idea, oh, I'm going to write a book on how people can make money in this current Nigerian economy, and you just have that idea in your mind, and you're like, God, this one that I'm cashing out like this, how can I help other people to also gain knowledge on how they can also cash out and make more money even in this present economy here in Nigeria? And it just comes to you as an idea. It should not end there, and it doesn't end there. The next thing that you need to do is that, okay, how do I get this idea from my head or from my mind right to a form, into a form that can be accessed by any other person aside me? Okay, any other person, including your book professionals, your book service professionals, including your audience or your readers. So you are thinking of a way to get it out of your head or your mind into a form that can be accessed by someone else aside you. And so that leads us to the writing stage. So in the writing stage, there are so many processes involved in you being able to communicate whatever it is or express whatever it is that is in your head or in your mind, write on paper, okay, or in any format that can be read by anybody. So it's now time for you to put it into writing. And in the course of writing, there are different ways to writing, right? There are ways to write. I'm going to delve into that. So I said number 1 stage is writing. But before you start writing, there's something that is called outline. It's like pre-planning. You're planning how you're going to flesh out the points that you want to share in your book project. You are trying to flesh it out. Okay, which point would come first? Which point will I discuss first? Which idea will I share first? Which ways or which nugget, or which idea, which point am I going to push out first, followed by this, then I'm now going to summarize it by this. So the writing stage, and in the course of the writing stage, you need to sit and plan. You need to sit and plan yourself to say, okay, fine, this writing stage, I want to plan it. How is it going to look like? You draw out you bring out your outline. You outline your steps. Okay, I need this, I need this, I need this. I need to put in my dedication, my introduction, or I need a preface, I need a foreword. Okay, what's my chapter 1 going to be? What's chapter 2 going to be like? What's chapter 3 going to be? How many chapters am I going to have? Okay, what are the points? Is it bullet points? That's when you sit down and begin to plan all of those things. There are so many things that are embedded in the writing phase, because that's where the bulk of the work lies, the writing stage. That is where the bulk of the work lies. Now I'm going to talk about ways to write well, because I realize that this particular stage gives a lot of people problem. They're like, oh, I don't know how to write, even though I have the idea in my head, but I just don't know how to write it. I have issues writing it. What are the ways to write well? Number 1 is that if you have a book in you to write and you don't know how to put it down, people will say, I don't write, I'm not into writing, all this writing thing, I don't write. If I write anything, it doesn't make sense. How can I overcome that? Number 1 thing I would quickly say is join writing challenge online. There are so many writing challenge online. Currently now, I know of 2 writing challenge that's currently going right now on Facebook. So make it a habit. If you want to develop your writing skills, join writing challenge online. Some of them can be free and some can be paid just with a token, because it usually comes with accountability as well too. So join writing challenge online. It will help boost your writing skills. That's number one. Another way to write well is to also, you can also decide or make up your mind to go for what we call a personal challenge. That means you can also challenge yourself as well. I've seen people that say, oh, before in 2020, I used to write words, but I don't know what came over me suddenly. I can't even write, I can't even make a post. I find it hard to make a post, not to talk about writing a book. So you can challenge yourself, and you can create a personal challenge and say, okay, my family on Facebook, you will be my accountability partner. Be my accountability partner on this. Okay, you guys, I'm going on a 7-day challenge, a 7-day writing challenge. I'm going on a 12-day writing challenge. And people would be like, oh, well done, we'll be here to cheer you on. And every single day at a particular time, you keep posting, you keep posting, you keep writing. It could be a story you are writing. If you're a fiction writer, it could be a story. You're like, okay, I'll be sharing episode 2 of this story tomorrow. I'll be sharing episode 3 of this story tomorrow, and so on and so forth. So you keep going with it. Then point number 3 on ways to write well is to join creative writing classes. Yes, there are courses on creative writing that helps you. It kind of like train you on how to be able to creatively express your ideas through writing. So there are so many creative writing classes online as well that you can join. And the good thing is that there are people or speakers on this sessions too that can also take you guys on creative writing. Should you be interested in joining, there are people here, speakers here, that also have courses on that can also take you on creative writing. When we get to their part, we will get to know more about that. So you can also join creative writing class. Some of them go for 2,000 naira for a start, and if you want a one-on-one coaching as well, some of them can also offer that to you. Then number 4 way to write well is to use speech to text app. Yes, if you want to write well. There are some people that say, oh, I know I can say it, but when it comes to writing, I'm not that well. I find it hard to like be able to express myself through writing, but I can say it. Okay, so if you are that kind of person, you can make use of speech to text app. Yes, speech to text app, and it's even available on your Google Docs. If you are making use of Google Docs, it's available on Google Docs. There is a microphone button on Google Docs that you can use. Once you are talking, just as I am doing, it will be typing those points out for you. And even on your phone too, there's also this speech stuff that takes your voice, and then it translates it into a text. I hope you can still hear me, because over here it's like I'm freezed. Okay, it's better now. All right, so that's about that. So those are the 4 ways to writing well. Those are the 4 ways to writing well. Okay, now aside from before I move away from writing, don't forget I talked about outline. I need to draw an outline so that I can be able to know which one comes first, which one comes next in your points. Okay, so now let's talk about writing apps. Yes, I remember there was a time I read a post as regarding people that used to write. They like the traditional way of writing. Yes, they write with pen and paper. I also belong to that category. Like for me, it flows well if I'm using my pen and paper to write than me typing. I can type very fast. If I have my written text, I can type very fast. But for me, typing while thinking, it doesn't just flow well for me. So I prefer to write it out on paper, because as I'm writing, I have something to add, I have something to put, so it flows very well for me doing that. So I prefer to do that, because I know that I have a way of converting my written text to soft copy with ease without even typing. If you want to know how to do it, see me personally. So I have in minutes it will convert it for me. So I don't have to stress myself typing it again. I just need to do 1 or 2 corrections based on my handwriting. Maybe you didn't see it and could not capture it. So those are the things about that. What are the writing apps available to aid your writing? For people that like to type on their phone, we know of WPS, right? WPS, you install it on your phone. You can get it from Google Play Store, from the iOS Store. You'll be able to download it on your phone and use it to type whatever it is that you want to type. We also have the almighty Microsoft Word that you can also download it from Google Play Store as well, but it's mostly for people that have laptop or system that can make use of that. Then we also have Google Docs. So Google Docs comes as a package with the Google Suite itself. So you have Google Docs, you have Google Sheets, and the likes of them. Now, the difference between Google Docs and the other ones is that Google Docs saves your document in real time. You don't need to be pressing Control Save or Save like on your phone. Google Doc automatically saves it for you. it saves it for you in real time. But in the other one, you have to be pressing Control Save. If you don't press Control Save, you will lose your document, you will lose whatever it is that you have typed. So that's like the only advantage that Google Doc has over all these other ones. And there are some writing apps too that also aids there are some writing apps too that also aids this too, such that from those writing apps, you can easily transfer your text directly to Google Docs. It will copy it directly, makes it more easier. It's kind of like it's automated using it that way. So that's just the way it is. That's to talk about the writing apps. I've mentioned WPS, I've mentioned Google Docs, and I've mentioned Microsoft Word. Now let's now talk about, aside from writing, so by the time you are done writing, putting in all your ideas, you are very sure that is okay. Whatever it is that you want to write is now intact and is in there. The next stage that you need to go right into is to go and meet your editor. So you need the editing stage. Now, after the editing stage, there is something called proofreading. Even though sometimes proofreading is meant to come before book formatting, but sometimes it is done immediately after editing. Now, let me say this so that you don't go and start disturbing your editors. Your editor is not your proofreader. Editing and proofreading are not the same thing, even though there are different stages of editing. There's line editing, there's developmental editing, there is copy editing, and proofreading happens to be the last part of it. If your editor is not charging you to do that, they are not responsible to be doing proofreading for you. Do you understand? They are not responsible to be doing proofreading for you. Editing is apart and proofreading is apart. There are people that charge for proofreading separately and they charge for editing separately. But if you are lucky and you happen to have an editor that will charge you for the two in one as a package, good for you. So you need the editing stage, and this is where most people usually have issues. People will come and say, "Oh, but the book is free. Oh, do I need to edit it again? Can't I edit myself?" I'm sorry. It's about quality. It's about the way you portray yourself. There's always, like they would say, that you just have one time to impress your audience. There's just one time to impress your audience. If you don't get it well the first time, there might be issues with it, and it would kind of like affect their perception about you. They'll be like, this kind of person, like, what is this? The first time I read his or her book, there were errors. So I'm not even sure this one is even going to be very okay. And then maybe the price is not even high. They'll be like, that's the way they'll be collecting plenty money for us, and they'll not be able to edit their book properly. So you don't want to do that. Even if your book is going to be free, still make sure that you look for an editor that can work within your little budget to help you achieve that result. And in the editing section, we have our guest speaker here who's going to be taking us through that section, and she has a very wonderful package for us on that. So after the editing, like I said, your free books should be edited regardless. Like I would always say on my Facebook timeline, that there is always a book service professional that can work with you regardless of your budget. So if you say you have 10K, there's somebody that still operates at the rate of 10K and will still be able to do a good job for you. All you need to do is to look for them, so that as you begin to now progress in your journey, your book authorship journey, you can then begin to now afford those high-paying editors that can do something even much more better for you. So you have the editing stage. After the editing stage, the next stage is to do the proofreading. In some cases, some people prefer to do their proofreading after formatting. Now, let me explain the formatting stage, which is like stage number 3, depending. The formatting stage, when you tell people that, oh, have you formatted your manuscript? They'll be like, formatting? What is formatting? Okay, so formatting is just about the appearance of your text, the appearance or the outlook of your text on paper or even as a soft copy. How does it look like? By the time we take the section on book formatting, we'll be able to see what you people, that will say, hey, but my texts are well arranged now. I've done chapter 1, I've done chapter 2, I even added content for you. What else do you need again to do? What are you formatting? So in that section, I'm going to be showing you what somebody will tell you that, oh, I formatted my manuscript. And after we are done formatting, what it now looks like, so that you can be able to compare it and see the difference between the two of them, that they are not the same. Sometimes the things are modeled up. By the time you convert it to PDF, you now see that the chapters are running into each other. Chapter 1 is entering chapter 2, whereas each chapters are meant to start on a fresh page. Well, you just model everything together. Even your table of content that you said you have added is not clickable as a soft copy. You can't click it and it will take you to the chapter you want. These are things that will be done under book formatting. They will design it the way your chapter one, the way it will be designed, the spacing, the bulleting, everything will be uniform. Not that you will use ABC in one place, you go to another place, you don't be using 1, 2, 3. No, everything will be uniform. It will be neat. The page numbers will be showing well. The headings on top, the header and footer will be showing well. Everything will be looking nice. They would even attach your cover for you if you are doing an ebook. That's what formatting is all about, just to make it look nice. It's called book formatting or interior book layout or interior book design. Though there are still two forms of that. Okay, if you want your book to be very colorful, then you kind of go for the interior book designing, where they will add colors to it, they will add shapes to it, just to make it colorful. But of course, if you are printing that one, it will cost you money because color printing is expensive. So that's about that. So we talked about writing, the editing stage, then the formatting stage. So the next stage is the proofreading stage, which can come before formatting as well. But it's always very easy that after the formatting, that the proofreader comes to be like, they'll be able to see between lines well, because now the texts are well arranged. But if your editor has charged you with that alongside the editing, then you can also go ahead and do that. Please let me know in the comment section if you are still with me. Let me know in the comment section if you're still with me. I'm going to be wrapping up very soon. Let me know if you are still with me in the comment section. Let me know if you are still with me in the comment section. Let me see who are still here. Let's know ourselves. If you can still hear me, if you are getting value from what I'm saying, just please indicate it in the comment section. Indicate in the comment section. Let me know if you're still here, if you are getting value. Let me know in the comment section. Let me know in the comment section if you are getting value. If you are getting value, let me know in the comment section. I'm not seeing anything. So should we end it? Should we end it? Should we end it? Okay. Should we end it? I'm not seeing our comments, so I hope I am still live. Should we end it? Should we end it? Should we end it? If you can hear me and you are with me, please drop something. You can put an emoji in the comment section so that I can know that yes, we are here. Okay. All right, so while I wait for your comments, I'm just going to go on because our time schedule has kind of been affected, but we are fine as long as the session is going live and there are no interruptions. So now the next point is after the proofreading, I said it's best that you have your proofreading after formatting. That way, the text have been properly arranged, everything is set and good and okay. So you can easily pick errors, you can easily pick mistakes. But if your editor has accepted to do that for a token from you, then that's okay. There is no problem about that. You can have it before formatting. So after the formatting stage, of course, now talking about the book cover design, because in the course of you writing your book, like I used to say, the day you concept, you conceive that idea in your head that you want to write a book, that day start was notify your audience. People say, I don't have audience. You have audience on WhatsApp, you post on WhatsApp every day. You have audience on Facebook, you post there regularly. So start telling them, oh guys, what if I write a book on this topic? And they'll be like, yeah, something, depending on the reaction, they are reacting well, oh, this is a good point for me to start. If they are not reacting well, nobody is responding, maybe you can tweak it again. Wow, thank you so much. Goodness, thank you so much. All right. So, if they react to the post or they come back messaging your WhatsApp and saying, that thing you mentioned, that we need it to, when are you going to write the book? It's going to ginger you and let you know that people really need this information. And if it's like the response is, so you can tweak it again that, okay, can you please suggest a title for me on this particular topic? And people will like, yes, you can. And they will begin to talk. They begin to engage the post or your status. They begin to engage and begin to message you that, okay, this one, that one. And you're like, okay, fine. It's like people need this thing. People need this thing. They need it and they want me to write on it. So in the course of doing that, before you finish writing, People already know that you have something you are working on. By the time you are done writing and you now start to send the book to the editor, they already know. You come back again and tell them that, guys, our book is now ready, it's with the editor. Thank you for suggesting the titles to me. I've looked through it and I'll be coming up with a title very soon. Watch out. Everybody's alert again and saying, okay, let's see if they'll pick my title. You know, that way you're engaging your audience, because this thing is that you are not writing your book for yourself. Your book project is not for you. If it were to be for you, to be an unpublished one, and it will just be between you and yourself, or between you and your God or your family. So you have to ensure that you carry them along. So while your book is with the editor, because you need to be promoting that book, you need to keep talking about it. Don't make it a surprise. I'm not surprising anybody here. Some that like to do surprise. Don't surprise us. Don't surprise us. We don't need your surprise. Don't surprise us. Don't come and surprise us. We don't need your surprise. Please keep your surprise to yourself. Tell us how it is going. We want to know what's up. Carry us along. So while your book is with the editor, at that stage, you can begin to talk with your book cover designer. Your book cover designer can then come in there at that point. It's with the editor, you are there doing the cover design at one hand, because by then you must have been sure of the title that you want to use. I don't really want to go into more into this fully because of our time. Book titling too is also one important thing. Okay, I'm not going to talk much on that. But for people that will listen to the end and watch this session to the end, there is one offer for them on book titling that they will be getting for almost free. Book titling, how you can title your book correctly. Frequently asked questions on book titling, you would see it. People have issues that are like, hey, book title, I don't even know, because you can't just choose any title. Book titling is like naming a baby, and nobody will want to name their baby Judas. You will not want to. So that same thing applies to your book. So you don't want to name your book what is not. What people will say and say, what is this? You want to give it a name that when they hear it, they are curious. They want to know more that waiting sef. I say, what kind of book has this type of title? Waiting sef. Let me read it. What is waiting? What is sef? What are they arguing about in this book? I want to know. So that curiosity, let's say arouse curiosity in them. Let them be wanting to know more, that what is in this book now? What is there? So that they will be able to buy. So your title has to be very, very very, very okay. And that way you will be able to give the title to the book cover designer. So you must have worked on your title, because without the title, the book cover designer cannot work. They can't work on it. So you have to give them title and even a subtitle if need be. Subtitles are not compulsory, especially if you are writing a fiction book. It's not compulsory. But if you are writing a non-fiction book, basically self-help, you need to put a subtitle. The subtitle helps to explain your title more. It gives more meaning to your title. It helps to explain it better. So you give your title to your cover designer, tell them the way you want the name to be, and they will begin to work on it. So as they are working on the cover design, the book is with the editor. So like the time it will take to design your cover, it's not the same thing as it will take for you to edit. So if the editor says 2 weeks, your cover design can be up in 3 days, can be up in 7 days at most. You understand, depending on what exactly it is that you are doing. So by then, you are telling them that, guys, cover is ready. Guess what? I take the cover review for them. These are them more confirmation. And even if you have 2 designs, you show them, please help me select which one do you like. People like that one very well. They like it. They will say, it's A, it's B, no, it's B, it's A. Like it. If you are complaining, you know what you are doing. You are registering your book in their mind, so that by the time you pick up for sale, they already are. It's not new to them. So after you cover designs, done the editing, and then formatting is ready, proofreading is ready, then you can then now begin to plan on the marketing. Sales and marketing is very important. But don't forget that the activity you have done earlier, I have started by telling the audience, part of the what? Sales and marketing plan. Because that's where another issue comes up. People are like, how do I sell my book? I've gotten that message like, hey God, how do I sell my book? How do I sell my book? That's the question. How do I sell my book? Which is why I said, at the point where you consider ideas, start notifying them, carry them along. That way, it registers in their subconscious. There's somebody on Facebook, a friend of mine, Ifeanyi. Mr. Ifeanyi has been talking about his poetry book. It's already on my mind. Me, I know that Mr. Ifeanyi is working on a book. Oh, he has once showed us the cover design. Another person is Tolulope Ajayi. She has been telling us since that she wants to publish 7 books on her birthday. So it's no longer news to me anymore. A part of me knows that these people are working on something. So that way, when it is time to buy, there is always at least a certain percentage of us will be willing to want to buy because we already know the backstory of the book. So that way, it will help you solve that problem of saying, how do I sell my book? How do I sell my book? Now, another way that I used to tell people in selling books, if you want to sell your book, do launches. Launches are very, very good. Book launches are very, very good. Someone like Emeka Nobi today now, he's doing his birthday and he released 5 books. Those 5 books he released today, slash his birthday, whatever. He's using that medium to launch the book because the books were being printed and they will start selling them today in hard copy. That is a form of launch. So do launches. Launches is like a gathering where you bring books together. Concerning your just to promote and advertise it for them. People make money if you do it well, whether a batch book launch or a physical book launch, make money if you do it well. And virtual book launches do not even cost much. All you need is just a platform like this. Get people on, talk about a topic for like 2 minutes, and you are and to go. And people, people are always excited, especially people that are not used to this book. Be like, wow, they see it as and it's a big hit. Like, wow, well done. You are doing well. And they say, oh, I will launch this book with 2K. I will launch this book with 10K. I will launch with, that's where you make money from it. And that's where you also learn to make it your family and friends too. Tell your family and friends, so let them share the book for you on their status, on their WhatsApp, on their Facebook. Can you still hear me? Can you hear me? I'm back. Okay, so I'm just going to wrap up now. I believe that I'm just going to wrap up now. The time already. I'm just going to wrap up now. So and then that's not like to say. So after the sales and marketing after launching, and launching is also very good marketing. And so make it your family and friends. Make it your family and friends. Make it your family and friends. Make it your family and I believe that you can still hear me. Make it family and friends. Family and friends are also very, very important. Family and friends, yes, family and friends to help you promote your. Another one is also to run a paid advertisement. You can also do paid advertisement. So we have somebody that will come up about that. If I can use Facebook. Again. Can anybody from here? Can anybody hear me from here? Damn, am I on now? Can you hear me from here?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Hear me from here.
Eh, Please let.
Can you all hear me? Okay, thank you very much. All right, so I'm just going to wrap up. So after that, like I said, as I talked about paid advertisement as well too, that somebody will be coming up in the evening to tell us about paid advertisements, how you can use Facebook as an author to run ads to your page and promote your book as well. So that is where I'm going to be stopping on this. I'm going to stop right here on managing book projects from concepts to publications. We talked about the life cycle or stages in a book project, the kinds of book projects as well, ways to write well. We talked about writing apps, okay? And let me say this as well too, that you are your number one book project manager, because the idea starts from you or with you. Even if you hire a ghostwriter, the idea still comes from you. So you are your number one book project manager. And then also in the journey of your book project, you also need a book project consultant. Most of our guests here, especially the ones that are into editing, by the time they come up, you get to know more about them as well and the things that they do. And I can always vouch for them that they will give you good services, like they are experts in this field. So you need a book project consultant for your book service. That's just it. You need a for your book project, you need a book project consultant. And the book project consultant can be your it can be your writer's coach. It can be a writer's coach rather. It can even be somebody that is also a writer's coach and also offers accountability accountability for you as well. So the person will be accountable to the person as you write or go through the stages of writing your book as well too. So then also another thing again that you need to know is that it's always important that you talk with a book project consultant, yes, before you start, because that way he or she can put you through the different things that you need to do, how to go about it, and and how to market it as well too. So whenever you want to start a, especially for first time authors, people that are just writing their books for the first time, ensure that you get across to a book project consultant and you discuss with them. Some of them do offer consultation, I think, for like maybe an hour, or you can charge it for little fee depending. So like I said, there's somebody that you can work with based on your budget and be able to offer you the service that you want. So this is where I'm going to stop. If you have questions, please let me know so that I can go over to the second topic of discussion for this morning session. If you have questions, let me know. Goodness, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I can see Precious. Thank you so much. Yes, I can see your comments. Thank you so much. Do we have questions at all? Are there questions? Are there questions? Let me know if you have questions to ask. Let me know if you have questions to ask so that we can go from here to the next speaker. Let me know if you have questions, please. If you have questions, please put them in the comment section. If you have questions, please put them in the comment section. So we are going to go over to the next section right after now. Our guest speaker is here with us to take us on that section. We are sorry, we apologize for the delays. We apologize so much. So over to you, Dami. Your mic, your mic.
Oh, I apologize, please. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you. Wow, that session was super amazing. That was beautiful. Before we move on, please can we have the drum rolls in this comment section? Let's have the drum rolls in the comments. I'm yet to see anything in the comments. Okay, while we wait for that, can you tell me one thing you actually learned from this session? One thing you'll be taking home from this session? For me, I was able to put down a couple of things. I've actually learned a lot of things this morning, and it's been super, super amazing learning this thing. Sometimes we feel you know certain things, but actually, we may not really know as much as we think. I love the aspect where she mentioned about the power of about telling friends and families to share on their status about your book when it comes to marketing and sales. That's super amazing because it really talks about the power of relationship. Sometimes we see people who actually make much sales when it comes to their book, apart from contacting an expert who can actually help you. It's also very good when you have good relationship or you've built good relationship with people that they tend to help you drive sales when it comes to your book project or anything you're working on. And I really, really love that aspect. I also love the aspect where she talked about carrying our audience along. Since maybe so for someone like me, sometimes we tend to be people who don't really want people to know about our behind the scene. More like you don't want to carry people along, you just want to appear and disappear, things like that. You just come online once a while. So it's very necessary when it comes to book projects that you actually would carry your audience along. Let them know about everything you're doing when it comes to your book writing. Probably today you just write a few words or you typed a few words in your manuscript. Let them be informed about it. Just let them know. This actually allows them to get more connected to you. They feel like, okay, this person is actually carrying us along in our book project. So they feel more connected to you. So it's not like you just come all of a sudden and start telling them, I've just written a book. People will just be like, so what? But when you've actually carried them along and they've actually gotten more accustomed to you, they feel more like a family, and they are willing to to actually buy into that idea, to also support that book project, right? So this is a very important point I want us to also take note of. She also mentioned about the fact that when it comes to learning how to write, it is important to join writing challenge online. Yes, and this is very, very important. We have many of this many things like this that goes on online challenges like this, writing challenge. Some might be paid, some might be free. You can actually just jump on it because it will actually help you with accountability, and this is very important when it comes to writing. Writing is not just something you do today and the next time you take it up is next month or next week. No, it comes with consistency and intentionality. Those are very important keys when it comes to learning how to write. It will really help you become a better writer, right? Also, she talked about using the speech to text app. This is super, super amazing. Do you know why? Because sometimes some of us are quite too busy and feel like it takes so long trying to write and do all those things. So it becomes way easier when you just use that app that actually helps you to convert your speech to text. That is super, super, it makes things super easy. So right now we have a super amazing guest that'll be taking us on the book editing session. I hope we're excited about this. I'm not going to introduce her and she's not going to come on, but if I can't see anything in the comments, because I can't read anything in the comments yet. I'm yet to see anything in the comments. Hello, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. Good
Good
morning. Can you
morning. We're
hear me?
super excited. Yes, I can. I can hear you, ma'am. I can. We're super
Okay.
excited to have you
Thank
here with
you.
us. I'm
I'm
yet to see
excited to
anything in the
be here.
comment. All
Okay.
right.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm trying to share my screen for my
Okay.
slides. Oh, okay, not here. Okay, it's like it's not coming on. I don't know why. Let me try again. Something. Okay. I'll just give me some moments, please.
All right. That's fine.
Oops. Okay. I'll just. Excuse me. Without my slides. I don't know why it's not coming on. Okay. So good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Can I get feedback, please? Can everyone hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, 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 we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can hear you.
The impact of book editing on the publishing process, and I will talk about the impact of book editing, professional book editing, on both the book, the author, and the publishing industry. So let's just get to work. Can you see my slides, please? Hello, can you see my slides? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're going to be talking about the impact of book editing on publishing. And like I said earlier, we're going to be looking at the impact that professional book editing has on the book, the author, and the publishing industry as a whole. So let's just get right into it. Let's define book editing. What exactly is book editing? Because there's been a lot of misconceptions about what book editing really is. Now, book editing, as I've defined it here, is the process of reviewing and revising a book draft or manuscript. A book that is published already, you don't edit an already published book. When yes, except you are reclaiming it, you're returning it from the market, that is. But then what you have when you first write your book is a draft. It's not yet a book yet. It's not yet a book. What you have is a draft. It's a manuscript. So it's the manuscript, the draft, that the editor takes revises and reviews to improve its quality, clarity, and overall effectiveness. Now, the thing is, most people are mistaken. They think that book editing is all about checking spelling errors, grammatical mistakes, and all that. But book editing is much more than that. It's much more than that. Yes, a book editor would, some types of editor that is would check your spellings, grammar, sentence structure, and all that. But a book editor does much more than that. A book editor would improve the quality of your manuscript, the quality of your book. A book editor would also improve on the clarity of your book. One of the outcomes of professional editing is that the outcome of your book is better. It's clearer. Your book is clearer. Your book it's clearer to the reader. Now, when I say clearer to the reader, sometimes a writer has an idea in his mind that he wants to communicate. But then you find out when you're editing that the intention of the writer is not really coming out in the book, in the manuscript. And that is what an editor does. It depends, depending on your ideal reader, on your ideal client, depending on who your ideal reader is, there is a way to communicate your ideas. There's a way to communicate your thoughts. There is a style, there's a tone that you should use in communicating your idea to your reader. And that is what a book editor does. We'll still get into this, and then there is a purpose, there's a vision that you have as an author that made you sit down to write your book. The work of a book editor, what happens in the editing process is that your book is made effective. Your message is sharpened. Your message is clarified. Your message is refined and polished so that what you're trying to do is what you are actually doing. Let's go forward. So we've talked about what book editing is. Let's talk about why book editing is important. Because, there are authors who they've written their book, they are done with their first draft, and then they just go ahead and edit. Or some people send their book to their friend or their aunt or their mom's friend who is an English teacher. That's not, it's not right. Editing is not a stage that should be skipped in your book publishing process. Editing is the critical bridge between the author's vision and the reader's experience. Now, when you sit down to write, you're only writing what you have in mind. You're trying to bring your idea. You're trying to, communicate the idea that you've conceived, and you're trying to pass it to the reader. Now, there's a gap between that vision and the reader's experience. The thing is, when you've written your book, you're not going to be there when your readers are reading the book. You will not be there to explain that, oh, this paragraph, this is what I'm trying to say. This paragraph, this sentence, this is what I mean. Oh, I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm not trying to say this. Oh, this is actually what I mean. Sometimes some sentences could be ambiguous. Sometimes, for some context, some sentences, for example, when you're writing to a Western audience, some of the things, the way you structure your sentence, some of the things you would say to a Nigerian audience could be offensive to a Western audience. So an editor takes your book and takes all those things into cognizance, and so that the bridge between what you have in mind, your vision, and what the reader actually experiences is closed up. So editing is that bridge between your vision and the reader's experience. Also, when you've written your manuscript, what you have is raw. Your first draft shouldn't be published. It shouldn't be printed. What you have is just, it's still a raw piece of work. It's still a raw idea. It's still crude. For For example, let me ask you, how many of you, if you have a car, would pour crude oil into your car because you need fuel? How many would you do that? Would you pour crude oil into your car because you need fuel? You wouldn't do that. When crude is, mined, the thing that happens to it is that it goes through a process of refinery, and then we have petrol, we have some other byproducts that come from that crude oil that we get from the ground. And when that is done, you get what you pour into your vehicle, and then you get your fuel that you use to, power your car. The thing is, crude oil is good. It has the potential to drive, to power your car, to give energy to your car. Yes, the crude oil has that potential, but it's not yet there. It needed to be refined. It needs to be polished. And that is what editing does to your book. It takes it from being a raw idea to a polished work of art. When you've written your book, you have an ordinary manuscript. But when a professional editor takes your book, then it gives it that professional touch that unlocks the true potential of your book. Then you begin to have had clients that come to me, and by the time I'm editing their work, I see gaps in their ideas. And that is one of the things that an editor does for you. Beyond checking grammar errors, beyond checking spelling mistakes, beyond checking punctuation errors, you will look at the gap in the author's ideas. Okay, so this is the thing you're discussing, but you did not look at this perspective, you didn't check this angle, so you make suggestions to that author. An editor does that, and then the book becomes wider in scope. The book becomes, it goes from being just a shallow work, a shallow piece of writing, to an actual book that is transformative. That is what professional editing does. And then professional editing it improves the impact of your book. It enriches the impact of your book. When all these things are done, when the gaps in your ideas, when the flow of your ideas, your choice of words, the style, the tone, and everything that you use in communicating your ideas, when they are polished and refined, what you have is a book that is truly impactful. Now let's take a look at the outlook of the book editing process. What exactly does the book editing process look like? Now I've condensed the book editing process into 4 steps. There are several school of thoughts on this, but I've just compressed everything into 4 steps, and I would quickly explain each steps. Now, once you've finished writing your book, once you've drafted your book, you have the first stage is self-editing. And this is where most authors miss it. I'd received a manuscript some time ago where the author didn't even divide the manuscript into chapters. The author just wrote everything and then just sent it to me. It was obvious that author did not revise the work, did not check it, did not review it. And actually, you should be your own first editor. You, as the author, should be your first editor. There's something we call self-editing. Now, when you've written your book, you sit down with it, you check properly that, am I communicating what I intend to communicate? Am I concise enough? Is this thing I've written what I actually wanted to say in my book? Then you try to dissociate yourself from being the author to being the reader. Let me give you an example. For example, you're an author of a book on parenting, probably parenting, let's say single parenting now. And you're not a single parent, but you have a burden for single parents. You have a vision for single parents. Actually, you don't have to be your own ideal reader. Most authors could be their own ideal reader, but you don't have to fit into the persona of your ideal reader. What I mean is, you don't have to be a single parent to be able to understand and have insight in what single parenting is all about. So you don't have to be a single parent to write about single parenting. So let's assume that you're not a single parent, but you're writing to single parents. What you need to do is dissociate yourself from the person that you are, and then you look at that manuscript with the eyes of a single parent. Now, it takes skill, it takes practice to do that, but it is one of the things you should do. So you look at your book, how concise are my ideas? One of my friends on Facebook recently finished drafting his manuscript, and he sat down with it to self-edit, and he was able to, compress the book. The book, after he finished editing, the manuscript was about 166 pages. And after he sat down to self-edit, he was able to compress everything to 66 pages. He was able to remove 100 pages from the manuscript. Now, what self-editing will do for you, apart from helping you to refine your writing, is that it will save you cost, because most professional editors, we charge based on word count or page counts. Some charge per word, some charge per page. Now, assuming he's paying 700 naira per page for editing, and it takes 166 pages to his editor, do you know how much you'll be spending? But because he sat down and he was able to self-edit his book, he was able to reduce his cost drastically. I've edited a manuscript that was sent to me it was almost 50 pages. By the time I finished, it was almost 100 pages. By the time I finished editing that manuscript, I'd reduced it to like 50 pages, 50 plus pages, like 52 pages. And you know what? They are not going to pay me for 52 pages, because that's not why I work. They are actually going to be paying me for 100 pages. So self-editing is the first thing you need to do. You need to sit down with your book, self-edit, improve your book, because it will drastically help your book outcome. The lesser work your editor has to do on your book, the better for your book. And then the lesser the money you're going to have to be paying the editor. Another thing is the developmental or structural editing. Now, when we talk about developmental or structural editing is usually more needed for fiction writers than non-fiction writers. What developmental and structural editing does is that it does not take your manuscript apart. It takes a look at your manuscript as a whole. In developmental editing, the editor looks at your story plot. How tight is your plot? How coherent is your plot? How have you developed your character? Are your character growing, or are your character flat? How have you acted your character? There's something we call character arc. So your editor, the developmental editor, takes a look at all of that. It takes a look, the developmental editor takes a look at the big picture of your manuscript. Developmental and structural editing is like macro editing. Now, for most non-fiction writer, after you've done your self-editing, you would move to copy and line editing. Now, what do we do in copy and line editing? For copy editing, we take a look at the sentence structure. You look at technical issues, technical errors, like spelling, like sentence syntax, like grammar, and all that. That is what the copy editing takes a look at. Now, when it comes to line editing is more thorough, and it's like taking your book, your manuscript, your writing apart, sentence by sentence. The editor takes a look at your manuscript, checking from one line. It's just like the name signifies, line editing. So the editor cleans up the language of your manuscript, checks for style, checks for syntax, checks for vocabulary, dialogue, their verbiage, your prose, your consistency, the consistency of your ideas, the flow of thoughts, and all that. So There's a whole lot of things that are going on when we talk about copy and line editing that is much more than grammar and spelling and punctuations. Yes, your line editor or your copy editor can actually take a look at your, should actually take a look at your, at the technical errors in your manuscript and deal with them, but they do much more than that. Now, the last step that I've put here is proofreading. Proofreading is earlier. Proofreading is not editing. It's a different ballgame entirely, but I'll put it here just for to condense the whole process, like I've said. So when you do proofreading, what you are doing is you're checking for minor errors like formatting errors, spelling errors, punctuation errors that might have been overlooked in the editing process. And I always advise that proofreading should be done after formatting and outlining is done, or outlay or book design, whichever way you call it, after it's done, because that is how you would be able to pick errors that might
Oh, can anybody see hear me? Hello, can anybody see hear me? Please, if you can hear me, just put it in the comment section. If you can hear us, please put it in the comment section.
Yes, please.
Okay, I think we lost our guest, right?
Yes, I think there was a network.
Okay. Okay, so you can take over then while we wait for her.
Hi, everyone. Just let me know if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I think it's the network. The network here is also, my network is going off and on. Network is going.
Oh wow.
But we can hear and see you.
Okay. I've really been enjoying the session with Mrs. Debra. It's really been amazing. Learning more about editing. I love the part where she mentioned about editing being the bridge between your vision and the reader's experience. Editing being the bridge between your vision and the reader's what experience. Can someone in the comment section among our amazing audience tell us one of the lessons or one thing they've actually learned since our session commenced? We need to be sure that you're getting value from this session. Please let's see in the comments. I'm waiting to read from the comment section what you've learned.
Okay, it's like I'm back. Okay, thank you everyone. That was a glitch from network. Okay, so briefly, we've talked about what editing is, why the book editing process is important, and we were discussing proofreading. So I said proofreading is the last stage of everything you call reviewing and revision of your draft, and it should ideally be done after you've done your formatting and book design, because you want to be able to catch any error that is left. You want to be able to catch any error that might have been introduced during the formatting and outlay process, or any error that your editor missed should be caught during the proofreading process. And like Bori has said, your editor is not mandatorily your proofreader. The editors could specialize in any of these stages of editing. We have editors that all they do is developmental editing. There are structural editors, there are copy and line editors, and there are proofreaders. Yes, a single person may be able to handle all of this. It depends on their specialization and what they've decided that they want to do. So you just need to, and then apart from the specialization of your editor, it depends on what your manuscript actually needs. When you send your manuscript to your editor, one of the things your editor does is that your editor reviews your manuscript, at least that's what I do, to determine the type of editing you would be needing. The editor would determine if your manuscript needs developmental or structural editing or copy and line editing. It will be a waste of money if you've done copy and line editing and then you discover that you would be needing developmental editing. Another thing I would like to say here is that developmental and structural editing is the most expensive of all these types of editing, followed by the copy and line editing and then the proofreading. Self-editing is the cheapest for obvious reasons. So let's just move ahead. Let's talk about the impact of book editing on you as an author. What does book editing do for you? You see, the thing is, most authors try to skip the book editing process. They try to give their manuscript to their friends. Oh, please read for me, do this and all that. But the thing is, I always tell authors that your book is an extension of your personal brand and your business or corporate brand, depending on why you're writing your book. There are so many reasons why people write their books, why people write books. Could be to leave a legacy, could be to promote a brand, a business brand, a personal brand. It could even be for lead generation. But the thing is, if you skip editing, you might be doing a big damage. In fact, you would definitely be doing a big damage to your brand identity. And the most the funniest thing about editing, let me just put it like that, the irony of editing is that even the most professional, the most astute of editors still need editors. I'm a professional editor rather, but when I write my book, I would still need an editor to go through it. That is how editing is. You cannot be so good because you need to be divorced from your work to be able to see what needs to be strengthened. So let me talk about the impact of book editing on authors. It strengthens your work. There, you will not realize how better your book can be until you have given it to a professional editor. There was an editing project I handled for one author. In fact, it was so wild. He got back to me the next time he wanted to write his book, and he said, my book didn't make sense until you worked on it. So I just want you to work on all my books. Any book I'm going to be writing, any from now forward, you will have to handle it for me, because he couldn't believe that his work would actually be that good. That is what book editing does for you. And then editing improves your skill. How does editing improves your skill? When you give your book or your manuscript now to a professional editor, one of the things we do is that we allow you to see the changes that we are making in your in your manuscript. There's a way we edit that you can see clearly what we are changing, what we are improving, how we are changing your choice of words, and how we are changing the punctuation and all that. And if you're able to follow along, you will definitely follow, because most professional editors carry their authors along. You would see what we are changing and why we are changing what, because that is how professional editors edit manuscripts. When you get back your manuscript from a professional editor, you find out that you can see clearly the things, you can see the gap holes in your manuscript. You can see the strength of your writing and the weakness of your writing. And you're able to know that, okay, it's like my weakness is punctuation, my weakness is coherence of idea, my weakness is my flow of thought. And you're able to improve when you're writing your next book. That is what professional editing does for you. And then when you know that your book had received a professional touch, your confidence is enhanced. You're able to market your book anywhere. You're able to bring out your book and know that your book is not going to be ending up on a pile of trash, because you know that it has received a professional touch. And then it boosts your reputation and credibility. You are able to say that I'm a credible author. I have reputation as a standard author. You are able to have a book that you can bring out anywhere, a book that can compete in the marketplace, a book that can compete anywhere, a book that is like your business card. Anywhere you get to, you are able to confidently say that you're not just an author, but you've authored a book that is worthwhile, a book that readers would love. And then it improves your marketability. If you read a book and the message is so clear, the message is so coherent, the flow is proper, everything is well stated in the book, it communicates clearly to you, you got a lot of value in the book. The thing is, it's natural that you would want to tell your friend about that book, and you tell people about it. Oh, have you seen this book? Have you seen this book? Have you read this book? I love it. So when your readers love your book, it improves the marketability of your book. And when you publish your book on online publishing sites like Amazon, for example, you're sure that you will not be getting bad reviews, because customers could be vicious sometimes. Readers can be very vicious. When they find a little bit of error or some unforgivable errors in your manuscript, they will lash back at you so terribly that you can feel so bad. If your self-esteem is not top notch, it can damage your self-esteem, and you will not even be willing to do anything that pertains to book publishing. So it's important that you improve your marketability by getting professional editing done for your book. Let's move ahead and let's talk about the impact of book editing on publishers. If you're a publisher, if you have a publishing company or you work in the publishing industry, you will know that quality control is very important. You want to be sure that the work that is going out of your publishing house is quality. Now, I forgot to mention that I might mention it later, but let's just talk about the impact of book editing on publishers, that it helps in quality control. When the books that you're releasing from your publishing house is well edited, when those books are well edited, you're sure of quality, you're able to retain integrity. People know that the books that come out from this so publishing house is top notch and you have integrity. Also, editing is a very collaborative process. Editing is not something that the editor collects the manuscript, goes into a corner, does their own thing, and then gives the book back to the author. It doesn't work that way. During editing process, the author carries the author along, the editor carries the author along, and then from the editor to probably the formatting and layout people, and then back to the editor for proofreading or back to the proofreader. So editing helps in industry collaboration. Editing helps to improve reader loyalty to your brand. There are some publishing houses that once you see their name, for example, when you see the name of Tyndale on a book, you would want to read it. You want to read it. When you see HarperCollins on a book, you want to read it. Why? Because they've been around for some time and they have retained integrity. So there's reader loyalty. People are loyal to your brand because they know that nothing shoddy is coming from your stable as an editor. And also there are trends and standards in publishing, and book editors help to keep abreast of that. For example, some people do not know, especially Christian authors, that when you're writing your book, you don't just copy Bible passages and put it in your book. They don't know that there are standards, that there are guidelines. You can't, because this Bible, yes, Bible is the word of God and is available for all of us, but it's the copyright item. It's a copyright material of some publishing houses, and you could, by quoting Bible passages in your book, you could be infringing on you could be committing copyright infringement. You could be infringing on the copyright of some publishing houses. Many people do not know. That's part of the things that a book editor does. The book editor is the one that would know that, okay, this is the evolving trends and standards in book publishing. Okay, let's assume you want to write a story of your life, and there's no way you will write the story of your life that it will not involve other people. Now, you can't just sit down and write, say, I'm telling my truth, but you're talking about other people. Professional editors will teach you how to craft your story in a way that you are not infringing on the rights of other people who might be involved in your story, or else you could find yourself in the court. You could find yourself, being sued to court, being charged for copyright infringement and all that. So there are evolving trends and standards in publishing, and it is editing that helps you to stay abreast of those things. Now let's talk about managing the cost of editing. You see, most people say editing is expensive, especially professional editing. And yes, it's true. Sometimes some authors come to editors and they bring their manuscript, and when they hear price quotation, they'll be like, oh, is it not just to check for errors and spelling mistakes and grammatical blunders? Why are you charging me so much? The thing is, editing is not so expensive, but it sure costs some money. Now, how do you manage the cost of editing? Number one, it depends on the type of publishing you're doing. If you're going the route of traditional publishing, that means a traditional publisher would acquire your manuscript, then you don't need to plan for the cost of editing. It's the publishing house that will take up the cost of editing, the cost of formatting, outlay. They will take up the cost of everything for you and still pay you your royalties. That is how traditional publishing works. So you wouldn't need to manage the cost of editing or anything. When you're going the route of traditional publishing, let's say that you just need to be the type of author and write the type of book that traditional publishers would be interested in, and you need to have an agent that would reach out, land the writing contract and everything. So you wouldn't need this part. But if you're planning to self-publish, like most authors are doing nowadays, you will need to learn how to manage the cost of editing. Like we've said, you shouldn't skimp on book editing, but it sure costs some money. So how do you manage it? The first thing is plan ahead. Since you conceive your book idea, you need to start planning for the cost of editing your book. Most authors, they have a budget for cover design, they have a budget for printing, but they have no budget for editing. That would be like shooting yourself in the leg, because having a well-designed book cover, doing wonderful marketing is like putting trash in a beautiful container for people. If you present trash in a beautiful container for people to eat or to use, the anger and the backlash that you would get might consume you. So you don't want to do that. So you need to plan ahead for the cost of editing. And then you need to prioritize editing in your budget. Don't think editing is something I can skip. Editing, I don't need to edit my book. No, you need to prioritize editing your budget. Then you need to determine your editing needs. Like I've discussed some types of editing earlier. You need to know which type of editing would I be needing. For example, if you're new in this if you're new to writing fiction, you might be needing a developmental editor, and that would cost you more than someone who is just needing a copy and line editor. So you need to determine your editing needs and plan ahead for that. Then another thing is you can seek flexible payment options. There are editors, like Oluwabori has said, there's always someone to work with you at your level, depending on your budget. But just make sure that the person working with you with your budget will do something professional and something that you will not regret later, so that you don't end up, being penny wise but pound foolish. So that, because there are people that they give their manuscript to someone because the person is, charging cheaper, and then later they have to re-edit their book. I have an author that had to recall his book after he had published his book and everything. He had to recall it from the market and start editing all over again. That would be a grave mistake on your part. So while you're seeking flexible payment options, ensure that you're not being penny wise, pound foolish. So seek flexible payment options like payment in installments. It's good that you reach out to authors. Like I've said, always plan ahead. Once you know that you're going to be writing your book, or you started writing, reach out to an editor. Most editors can, for example, I can tell how much I'm going to be charging you, even when you're not done writing your book, by taking a look at your writing. Once I see a sample of your writing, I like 1,500 to 1,000 words, I can tell how you write. I can see the potential errors in your writing. I can see the things that would need adjustment in your writing, and I can be able to tell how much I'm going to charge you. So while you're still writing and you've gotten a quote like that, you can begin to work towards it and seek flexible payment options. Now let's assume that you're not able to do all these things. You're not able to honestly afford editing, which I don't think is possible, which you shouldn't do. Seek alternatives, and there are many alternatives that you can seek when it comes to managing the cost of editing. One of them is self-editing. Self-editing, there's a way to self-editing that you can do it. While self-editing is not really an alternative for professional editing, there are ways that you can self-edit your book, and you will be able to, take your book from just being refined, from just being raw, and to being well refined, polished. You may not be able to do everything that a professional editor will do, but you will be able to, at least, depending on your skills, your English, your how skillful you are in the use of English language. Depending on that, you can use the alternative of self-editing when you have learned how to self-edit. Apart from self-editing, there is the use of critique groups, getting feedback from your ideal audience, and all these things are all embellished, are all under self-editing. And that is why I introduced my self-edit your manuscript like a pro. It's a video course that is meant to teach you how to save editing costs and take your manuscript from raw to refined. It's still available for pre-order. So it's an alternative that you should take. Everybody, whether you are able to afford professional editing or not, every author needs to learn how to self-edit their manuscript like a pro. I believe that I've been able to show you a little bit of an impact that editing makes in the book publishing process. Thank you so much for listening to me. I'll take questions if there are questions now. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for listening. I'll take questions now if there are any questions. Any question? Are there questions? I'd like to take questions now. If there are questions in the...
Wow, that was superb. Let's celebrate our amazing speaker. Thank you so much, Deborah. That was super, super amazing. Yes, I can already see some comments. Planning and prioritizing your editing are very important. Yes, it is. Prioritizing and planning is very important because it will actually help to make your editing easy and also help you to know the necessary things to put in place. That's a key point. Can we have more? Okay, I think we have a question for you, Deborah.
Okay.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Someone is asking a question. I think that's from Goodness. She's asking,
Okay.
can you share more light on line editing and structural editing?
Okay. Now, like I said, structural editing is part of macro editing. Structural editing takes a look at the big picture of your manuscript, your book idea, your everything you've written, your entire writing. It doesn't break down your writing. It's not like line editing that combs through your writing. So in structural editing, the editor takes a look at your clarity, the clarity of your thoughts and idea. How clear are your thoughts? How clear is your communication of idea? One of the things editors do when you give them their manuscripts, that I do anyway, is that I try to understand your vision for your book. What's your vision for your book? What's your vision for your book writing? What's your vision for your readers? I try to understand that. Then I try to understand who your ideal readers are. Who is your ideal reader? Who is your... I help you build your reader avatar, because it's very important when you know what your book is all about and who your book is meant for. It helps you to have clarity of thoughts when you're writing. So once your editor settles all that, then your editor begins to check for the clarity of your idea, the clarity of your writing, your choice of words. Some words are more appropriate than others when you're putting across an idea. So that is one of the things your editor look at in structural editing. Then your editor looks at coherence. How is the logical flow of thoughts? Are your thoughts coherent? Are your writing coherent? Because sometimes we find out that chapter 1, paragraph 1 should be paragraph 2, or paragraph 1 should be paragraph 3, or chapter 1 should be chapter 4, chapter 5 should be chapter 1. So those are some of the things that structural editing does. I've had to move the closing sentence of one of my clients from being the conclusive sentence. I moved it to introduction. Those are the things that we do in structural editing. Then we look at the transition of your idea. You look at the transition of your ideas. You look at the factual and logic gaps. For example, I have an author that was writing on, she wrote on the sexual experience for married women, and I found a gap in the work because she did not talk about women who already had the background of sexual abuse, and that could actually affect their experience when they get married. So that's just like what structural editing does. It looks at gaps in your work. It looks at, okay, are you overflogging an idea? Are you overwriting? Are you doing over exposition of an idea? Structural editing looks at your narrating style, your transitions, your factual gaps. That is what structural editing is all about. And for fiction, when structural editing is done, I've been talking about non-fiction. Now for fiction, when you do structural editing, you look at the pacing. There's a way you can write a book, your story. You can pace your fictional story that it becomes boring. It's not well paced. It's not fast enough. There are fast-paced fiction, and then there are other slow-moving ones. And then when your fictional work is not well paced, readers will get bored. They would lose their interest in reading and all that. You are not able to carry them along very well. So structural editing takes a look at all that. Your plot, your settings. Is your writing in tandem with the time and place where you set your novel or your story? Then the theme. What is the theme of your writing? Then your writing style. Is your writing style consistent? For example, are you using American words, American phrase, American expressions when you ought to be using, when you said you're writing to a British audience, or you're mixing everything up? So structural editing takes a look at all these things. Now for line editing cleans up your language. Line editing cleans up the language of your writing, cleans up your manuscript. It's more than taking a look at the structure, the overall structure of your book now. Line editing looks at your style, the syntax, your sentence syntax, like your sentence construction, your vocabulary, how you have built dialogue, the verbiage, the prose, the consistency of your language use. That is what line editing does. So line editing is more like micro editing, where structural editing is macro editing. So I hope I've done justice to the question of sharing more light on line editing and structural editing. Okay, there's another question here. How do you know your grammars are okay when you self-edit your book alone? That's the problem. That is why self-editing your book alone might not be okay. Like I've said, in fact, if you check my poster, you find a disclaimer that self-editing is not a substitute for professional editing. But there are actually, if your English language skill is good to an extent, then there are ways that we teach you how to be able to self-edit your manuscript. I help you to dissociate in my course anyway, to dissociate from your persona as the author and then to assume the persona of the reader. And then there are softwares that you can use, which are to be used with, like I said, with what's it called now, with carefulness, because some of this software can actually introduce errors into your book. So self-editing, it is actually not advisable that you self-edit your book alone. What self-editing does is that, number one, it helps you, cut down on editing costs. You are able to go through it. Should be done. It's the very first step that authors should, like I said earlier when I was discussing the different stages of editing. Self-editing is the first step when you're editing a manuscript, when you are done writing, and you may not be able to pick all your errors yourself. So, but what you are doing is you are cleaning up the manuscript to be a bit better before you send it to your editor. Yes, self-editing should be done, but it is not really a substitute for professional editing. But let's assume everybody needs to learn how to self-edit, because like I always say that it's not only for writing a book alone that you need to learn how to self-edit. Self-editing, when you learn how to self-edit like a pro, it helps you to learn better how to communicate your ideas, how to be coherent in your flow of thoughts, in how to be, how to have logical procession, how to have precision in communicating your ideas, how to be concise. Self-editing will teach you all that, but it does not exactly make your book everything it should be. No, it doesn't. But let's assume you're writing a Facebook post, you're writing a small document. Everybody needs to learn how to self-edit. You are your own first editor. So that is the usefulness of self-editing. Self-editing is not a substitute for professional editing, but it's what everybody must learn. It's the first thing to do once you are done writing your book. So I hope I've done justice to Mark's question. How do you know your grammars are okay when you self-edit your book alone? You shouldn't self-edit your book alone. But if you do, you are treading on ground where angels fear to tread. So I hope I've done justice to that question on self-editing your book alone or not. Is there any other question? Let me see through the comments. Are there other questions? Okay. I can't find other questions.
I don't think there are any other question for now. First,
Okay.
let's appreciate our amazing speaker. You've done a super amazing job. Thank you so much. Let me see you celebrating the speaker in the comments. You can see, apart from the fact that she really shared awesome values with us, she's also what's given more value by what answering our questions. Let's celebrate her, please. Let's celebrate her. Right. Okay, I can see someone saying thank you, ma'am. Can we have more? All right. Okay, from Blessing, thank you so much. That was highly revealing. Yes, that was
Thank
highly revealing.
you.
Exactly. It is highly revealing indeed, because when she talked about the structural editing and the line editing, she really went in depth. This is because when it comes to editing, most people just feel like editing is just like an overall kind of thing. They never knew. Some people don't are not actually aware that editing actually has what different stages and different aspects of when it comes to editing. People just feel like once you want to edit your manuscripts, then you're just going to what edit it. But people don't know that editing has to do more with what we have: the structural editing, the line editing, we have copy editing, we have different types of editing, different aspects when it comes to what editing. And she actually helped to speak a lot in depth about the stages of editing, so that as a writer or an aspiring author, you are what aware of what you're to do when it comes to editing. You're also aware of what your editor will also be doing. So you actually what not in the dark about the things that will be done to your manuscript. And that was super, super amazing. Do you have more question in the comments? Let's see if we have more questions. Bobby, please, do you have anything to say? Hello, Bori. Do you have anything to say to celebrate our amazing speaker before she leaves?
I think Bori is having challenges with her network.
Yes, I think so.
Well, if there are no more questions, I think we can just wrap it up here for the
Yes,
mornings. Okay,
should.
she's back.
Okay,
She's back.
she is.
She's
She is.
back.
All right, you're welcome.
All right, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my network went off. Sorry about that. So thank you so much,
it's fine.
Madam Deborah, for coming here. I mean, you did justice to the topic, and I myself personally learned a lot. So I want you guys to
I think the network at our hand is not that okay. Um, okay, she's trying to connect back. She's trying to join us again. Okay, while we wait for Bori to join us, can we add one or two things in the comments? One or two people in the comments tell us one of the things that actually stood out for them from Mrs. Deborah's session. It seems Bori is back.
can
Bori,
you
can
hear
you hear
me
me?
again? I'm back now. Can you hear me now?
Okay. Yes,
Is
I
it better?
can. Yes, it is.
If I don't mean my network is been disturbing for a while now, but I think it's better now. Thank you so
Yes.
much, Madam Deborah. Yes, so her name is Deborah Kanu on Facebook. You can always check her up on Facebook, connect with her. She shares wonderful content on Facebook. So you can always connect with her on Facebook, where she shares wonderful content. Then you can connect with her as well on LinkedIn. Let me see, I think now. You can connect with her on LinkedIn as well too. That's what is showing on your screen. The same name on LinkedIn and Facebook. You can always check her out. And then also here is the seller link to her store. In fact, I had not to post the seller link to the course she promoted, because if you check her store, you will see some other valuable things that you can buy there from her. And I tell you, you will surely get value. Yes, so go and get the self-editor, the pro course on Seller. Go to our link here, seller.co// Deborah, and you'll be able to get it there for 1,000 naira. She has to do the discount for us here. So if you are coming from this program, PublishNation virtual competition, you get it for 3K. But anything aside, after it has been launched, you will pay 5K. So go and get that away. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. I don't know if Miss Destiny is here. I don't know if she's here. She would want to take her session now, or we should just go on. I don't know if she's here. I don't know if she's here. Mr. Dami, I don't know. Is he here? Because I know I can't see her in the studio.
I can't either.
I can't see her in the studio. Okay. She's meant to come. Okay. I think I'll just take it off here. She's not able to join us because I'm looking at the time already, and probably she has other engagements and she just wants to have a session now. Miss Blessing, If you can hear us and you are here, maybe just drop a message. So if you would like to have your session now, or to just move over to the next segment. So I believe that we've gotten value so far from the two sessions we had. The first one was managing your book projects. Yes, managing your book projects from concept to publication. Then the second segment that we had was on the impact of book editing on publishing. The impact of book editing on publishing, and our speakers will be able to share the impact on you as the author and even on publishing generally, to the publishers and the publishing firms as well, to the impact of editing and different forms of editing. I'm sure we got value from that. So we are moving over to the next discussion now. Don't forget the reason why we had to have the first segment where we disclose to us the life cycle or the stages in a book project. So we are going to look at book cover design and book formatting right away. Book cover design and book formatting right away. And yeah, so we'll be looking at the psychology of book cover design, understanding how book cover influences readers' perception, emotions, and decision making. How does book cover influences readers' perception, emotion, and decision making? So I'm glad that we've been able to touch like the important aspects of the things that we need to know, especially when it comes to editing. Um, Madam Deborah mentioned something in her own part that when you fail to do the editing and then you work on the book cover design, you work on your marketing, it's like putting, I can't really quote that word now. It's like putting a mess inside a beautiful container. Exactly. So like packaging mess in a beautiful container, because we already know that the cover design is like the packaging of your book, which is why it's also very important in its own terms. It's like the packaging of your book. The packaging, that's what people get to see. When you go outside or purchase anything at all, it's always enclosed inside something outside. Like there is a casing that encloses whatever it is that you buy. If you go to buy, what's it called now? If you get a fruit flax now, it will be packaged inside a carton, right? That carton is the packaging. That's what we get to see outside. When you get home, you unpack it and then you see the fruit flax inside, isn't it? So that's the way a book cover design also works when it comes to book publishing or the book project at large. My name is Oluwaborishi. I'm first a book cover designer before you then talk about any other thing. So thank you for joining me again in this session. I'll be taking us through this particular section that says the psychology of book cover design. So like I said, the book cover design is the package. That is the package, is the outer thing, the outer layer that people get to see. Whenever you want to know anything about an author, somebody tells you, I published a book, and you're like, okay, fine, you have published a book. Can you show us the book? Of course, you're not asking him to show you the hard copy. You're telling him, can you show us a proof? And what is the proof? The proof is usually a book cover design. The mock-up, isn't it? That is what you are telling the person to show you. So that's the way it works. That's the way it works. And so now one thing I want to share again is this. There is a difference between a book cover and a book cover design. There is a difference between a book cover and a book cover design. Most times people come and they say, oh, please, I want to get a book cover, and I will smile. But because I understand that they do not know what they are saying. And one thing I want us to also learn from this particular conference here is that I want you to get acquainted with some basic, simple terms that we have been making mention of right from the start of this conference. We talked about the manuscript, right? Okay, so there's a difference between a manuscript and a book. There's a difference between a manuscript and a book. So you need to know that. For an editor, your editor will keep referring to your book as a manuscript. They will be saying manuscript, 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 isn't it? Because it's still in the word stage. It has not yet been published. It has not yet been processed. So it cannot yet become a book. It is still a book. So take note of the word. We said it's not about a book. It's a project. My book project. I'm currently working on a book project. A book project, not my book, because it's still undergoing process. So you need to note each of these terminology so that when you get out there, you'll be more informed after this particular program on the way you make use of these words, and you will even be able to, you are more enlightened as you relate to your book service professional. So there's a difference between a book cover and a book cover design. Now, a book cover is the outer covering of your book. I'm sure we all have exercise books, right? Very good. We have exercise books around us, whether 40 leaves, 60 leaves, or 20 leaves. That back cover, that one at the back, that one outside that has pictures on it, that is the book cover. But when we talk about a design now, a book cover design is a graphical representation of your book's message using colors, using shapes, using text. That is what a book cover design is. A graphical representation of your book's message using colors, lines, text. But the book cover itself is that one at the back. That the one at the back is your what? Is your book cover. So know the difference. If you are going to approach a book cover, then I don't want to tell them I want a book cover. No, I want a book cover design. That's the appropriate word. So I believe that we have taken note of that. Do not go ahead to say you want a book cover, but tell them you want a book cover design. That's the appropriate word to use. Now let's proceed to talk about the importance of book cover design. Although I have chipped in one that the book cover design is like the packaging now. You have that idea, you have that information, knowledge you want to share, you have that story you want to share. How do you package it? Is that one is like the book cover design is like the nylon where you put whatever it is that you have in to carry it to your destination. So that's what a book cover design is. Now, why is it important? Why is your book cover design important? Number one, your book cover design helps to differentiate your book from every other book in your niche. Imagine if all the authors have the same design. How do we identify each and every one too? We will not be able to. So once I see a particular design or a particular cover, once I see a particular cover or a particular cover design, once I see without the name, just cut the name away. I can tell you that this is also a so person's book. For example, Emeka Nobis wrote a book. Your book will sell. In my head, have a pictorial view of how that book looks like in my head. I can imagine it already. I know the color is what? Yellow and black. So I can tell already, even if you scrape his name off that book, I can say, Emeka Nobis wrote this book. Or another book like Sell Like Crazy. Sell Like Crazy, I can picture the cover already in my head because I'm used to seeing it. It is color red and white. So even if you scrape the name of the guy with Sabu, I know already that this book was written by this guy. So that is why covers are very important. It helps to differentiate your book from every other book in your niche. You are not the only person that will write a book on marriage. You are not the only person that writes a book on divorce. You are not the only person that will write a book on creative writing. Every other person has written something similar. So we differentiate their covers. That's point number one. Number two importance of book cover design is that it helps to sell your book. We want to make money. Everybody wants to make money. So your book cover design helps to sell your book. And that's the reason why everybody that talks about a book that they want to sell, they always show you a book cover design mock-up. They will show you that one that looks like a real book. You're like, wow, this one is fine. See the books, they are stacked together. Oh, nice. Everybody's saying congratulations, congratulations. Because we love it. It is beautiful, isn't it? So it helps to sell a book. I have not seen your book in hard copy before. I have not touched it with my hands, but I can see it with my eyes. And it is beautiful to behold. So it helps to sell a book. Another thing that your book cover design is going to do is that it can also be used for advertisement as well. It helps to advertise your book. Yes, it helps to advertise your book. That is why with ebook cover design, ebook promotions are very easy. You don't have money to print your book in hard copy, but you are printing it in soft copy. With mock-ups these days now, different mock-up design, you can promote your book and people get to see it. So there's no need to say, if you had, I didn't mean you had your book in a hard copy now. It would have been nice. Maybe I would have changed my mind to buy, but this one that I'm just using mouse to describe the book, I don't know what it is. But once you just show them the mock-up already, yes, they like it. They're asking how much, send me your account details, they want to pay because they love what they are seeing, even when they don't know what the content is all about. So I will stop at those 3 points as to the importance of a book cover design. Now let's talk about the types of book cover. You can see I'm saying types of book cover and not types of book cover design. Types of book cover. There are basically 3 types of book cover. We have the ebook cover, which is usually in soft copy. We have the ebook cover, which is usually in soft copy. I'm trying to share my screen from another system, but network is not allowing it to stay. I would have loved to show us some samples. So the first type is the ebook cover design. The ebook cover design, that's the kind of cover that we have, ebook covers. The ebook covers usually a front, just a front cover like this, the first page that you get to see. That is what an ebook cover is, and it is usually in soft copy. It is soft copy online. You can only view it online, except you decide to print it out, but nobody has that time. So we have the ebook cover. Then number two, we also have the ad cover. There's an ad cover. There's an ad cover. I will show you an example of ad cover. We've all attended events before, right? When you go there, what they give you souvenirs, isn't it? And souvenirs like what? Jota, isn't it? They give you Jota, where you have the picture of the man and the woman that is getting married. If you check most of those Jota souvenirs, the back is always what? Ad. That's what we call ad cover. That's what it's called ad cover. So I have an example here. Can you see bind? So this is it. See the cover. It's very, very hard. Very, very hard. Very, very, I can't hold it. It's very hard. So there are some books like that that are in that has ad cover. So it's called ad cover. Ad cover. Then the third one is paperback. 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 Now, paperback are the common ones that we see around, even on your exercise book. And books that you buy to read, those books on your bookshelf, yes, their back cover or the cover on their back is a paperback cover. The paper on their back is a paperback cover. So we have ebook cover, hard cover, and paperback cover. Paperback cover. Now, when it comes to the design for each of this one, your ebook cover design, like I used to say, like I said earlier, rather, has just the front cover where you have the title, subtitle, and the other. But for the hardcover and the paperback cover design are the same, but just that the material that is used in producing them is different. The paperback cover is flexible. The hardcover on its own is not flexible. It is hard and tough. So that's it. And it is expensive compared to the paperback. It is expensive compared to the paperback. That's the hardcover. It's expensive compared to the paperback because of the material that is being used. Now, you use your paperback cover design. You need it when you want to print. If you envisage that this my book, after 1 year, I'm going to be printing this book, then you need to get a paperback cover design, which comprises of the front cover, the back cover, and the spine. It's comprised of the front cover, the back cover, and the spine. Let me see if I can share the screen. I'm going to share other system. So, like I said, that the paperback comprises the front cover, the back cover, and the spine. The spine. So the spine of the book is the mid part. This part, this edge, the edge of your book. That's the spine. The edge of the book. That's the spine. That's the spine of the book. So let me see if I can share my screen. Let me see if I can share my screen. Okay. Please give me a few minutes to do that. Okay, so I'm sharing it on another screen. So like I said, that comprises the front cover, back cover, and the spine. That is what price of. I hope it comes. Then the same applies for the hard cover as well. So don't forget what I said, that the difference that the texture is hard, back is flexible. The hard is not flexible, back is flexible. It has the front cover, the back cover, well, you can see can see if it's showing at your end and you can see, let me know. I guess you can stop sharing again. All right, can you hear me? I think I'm back now. So, like I was explaining, that the difference between the hardcover and paperback, they both have the front cover, the back cover, and the spine, but the difference is just in their texture. The paperback is flexible, while the hardcover is not flexible, and the hardcover is expensive compared to the paperback. So, if you envisage that you are going to be printing your book, if you know that you'll be printing your book very soon, and when you're meeting with a book cover designer, you should send him or her to get you a paper cover design as well. So you're getting an ebook cover design and then a paperback cover design together. I believe you understand. So those are the three types of covers that we have. We have the ebook cover, paperback cover, and the hard cover. But most times, people usually go for only the ebook cover and then the paperback cover as well. Those are the two things that people usually go for most of the time because of cost. Now, what are the information that you need to have on your book cover design? What are the information that you need to have on your book cover design? What information that you need to have on your book cover design? Number one, which is like the most important information that you need to have on your book cover design, is what I call the book title. Is what I call the book title. You need your book title. Without the book title, how do we identify the book? What do the cover designer to put the book? So the book title is very, very important. And like I mentioned here in the morning in the first session, that there is going to be a very like almost just like for a steal when you get that offer, it's almost free. Like almost free. I believe you can see my screen. It's almost free. So this is showing, let me try and zoom out. So this is showing the different parts of the book. I don't know if it's clear here. It's showing the different parts of the book. You can see this picture here, you note an ad cover, cover and back. It's off. It's an ad cover. It's different parts of the book. So I believe you can see. Please let me know if you see it. Let me know if you can see it. Let me know if you can see it. Stop sharing it. Alright, so that just show us what an ad cover looks like in itself. So now, what are the information that we need on a paperback? That on your book cover design. Number one information, like I said earlier, is your book title. Your book title is very, very important. And I've told you earlier in the morning, like the first section, that your book title is very important. Your title is synonymous naming your child. I said you want to name their children, do that. Isn't it? Because that is a bad name. So when you are choosing it for your book, you don't want to choose any kind of name. You want to choose a name that makes sense, a name that will sell the book, a title that will sell the book, not just one kind of wishy-washy title. And you don't want the title to be too long. You want it to be something short and easy for everybody to remember. You don't want to give us something there, how I forgot to write my name on exam day. That's too long. Forgetfulness is simple. Summarize it. How will you now tell us, oh, the name of my book is How I Forgot to Write My Name on the Exam Day? That's too long title. Give us a short one. Forgetfulness, or Consequences of Forgetfulness, or The Forgetful Child, or The Forgetful Me. Simple. easy, direct. Everybody can remember that. But when you give us that long sentence, that is no longer a title. That can be said to be what? A subtitle. So you have to make it very short. You go with your title. That's number one. The number two information is a subtitle. Even though I usually say that your subtitle is not compulsory, especially for fiction book. Fiction books include novels, memoirs, biography, autobiographies, sci-fi, thrillers, romance novel, all those ones. They don't necessarily need a subtitle. They don't necessarily need a subtitle because you don't want to disclose too many information all at once. You want your audience to find out when they open the book to read it. So that's point number two. Your subtitle is not compulsory for fiction book. But if you are writing non-fiction like self-help book, how to make 10,000 naira in 2 weeks, that one you can put a subtitle there. You are writing on how to avoid breakfast in bed, or how to avoid being served breakfast, relationship tips 101. That those ones can have subtitle, and then your subtitle helps to explain your title better. So that's the way it works. Then number three thing that you need is your name as the author. At this point, I'm going to mention something. Somebody has addressed this before on Facebook. I will address it here. Those of you that have plenty names, especially my brothers and sisters from the East, we have plenty names that our grandmother gave us, names that our grandfather gave us, names that our uncles gave us. We now pack everything together. Names that even me, your friend, don't know that you want to put it on the cover design. It doesn't work that way. Okay? The Oyinbo people, they are like our standard. Some of them, you won't even know that name you are saying is not their real name. Like J.K. Rowling now. You think that some people even think the person is a man, and she's a woman, but you don't know. They call those things pen names. They will hide their identity under a particular name, and they'll be using it to sell their book. We Nigerians will not follow that. You put your name, Chiamaka, Chidiebube, Oluwaseun, Razaki. You put all the names against your book cover design. It doesn't work. You only want to see full names. That's your first name and your surname. My first name is Oluwabori and my surname is Shoyele. So my book, I would use something like Oluwabori Shoyele and not my middle name. My middle name is only known personally to me. They call me that name at all. You don't need to know. Okay, if you now want to put it that you think is important, then you can now say Oluwabori O dot then Shoyele. That O is an initial for my middle name. So that's the format in which it should be. Oluwabori O Shoyele or Oluwabori Shoyele. Instead of you just putting all the names, Chidiebube, Oluchi Amaka, Ismail Abdulkarim, Opemikpolo Odolor. It's too long. It's too long, and we don't want that. So make it short. So, like I said, your title, subtitle, which is optional, then your name as well. So those are the information that you need for your book cover design, especially your ebook cover, which is just the front cover. But if you are having a paperback that has both ebook, paperback, and that has both front cover, back cover, and the spine. On back cover, you are going to have what we call the about the author and about the book. You're going to have the about the author and the about the book. Now, let me quickly say something about this. When we say it, tell us about the author. About the author, whatever information you are putting there must be information that relates to that topic in your book. So that means if you are a relationship, the book is a relationship. I want to write about the author section. Don't start telling me that John, I'm trying to look for a name now. John David is a baker, a gospel music artist, a teacher. No, it's not. Gospel music has nothing to do with your book of relationship. Tell us you are a relationship coach. Tell us that you have spoken to over 100 people on relationship matters at different events. Tell us that you have a relationship academy. Tell us that you've written soft books on previous books on relationship. Tell us that you offer relationship counseling for youth and teenagers or for married people. Tell us that. Tell us things that relate to the content of the book. Don't go and write a book on relationship and you're telling me that you are a music minister. How does music and relationship, how do they tally? You understand? So make sure that you are giving content that relates to your book itself. Make sure you are giving content that relates to your book in itself. Don't give us something else. Don't give us something else. Give content about you, information about you that relates to your book. And those of you that used to come and write, I finished from St. John Primary School. I went to Anglican Secondary School. Then, you don't need to tell us about your primary secondary school. Just tell us about university at most. I'm a graduate of linguistics from University of Uniben. You understand? She graduated from Uniben in 2007. It is not an information. We don't need that. Tell yourself, what do you do? What have you done in that space or in that field where you have written a book on? That is what your about the book section should be. The about the author section should be. Then for the about the book, now for your about the book, you have to be very careful. You don't want to start narrating to us what happened in the book, you get. But at the same time, you want it to be so interesting that people are like, wow, if the about the book can be this easy to read, then I think I like if the about the book can be this interesting, then I need to go and read this book to find answer to some of the questions that this author is asking in the about the book. So you make it very interesting, very short. You can use bullet points in the about the book to talk about the key points or the key things that you made mention of. So that's that about the paperback cover design that comprise of the front cover, the back cover, and the spine. On your spine, the information that is usually on the spine is the title of the book and the author's name, then the logo of the publishing company. But if the logo is not there, there is no problem. But at least it must have the title of the book and the name of the author. But there are times where on your cover design, what's it called now? On your cover design, there are times when it will not have where the spine, there will be nothing on the spine, and that depends on the size of the book. If your book is not voluminous or doesn't have volume, it's less than, let's say, 80 pages, it might not have a spine. Do you get? Because by the time they want to print the words on it, the spine will be too small, it will be too tiny, it will be too tiny or too small. So I have a book here. See this particular book. This place is called the spine. This is the spine. Okay. So this book has over 100 pages. Yes, it has 102 pages. So there is a spine. You can see that there are some things written on the spine. That is it. This is the spine. But sometimes if the book is very small, it might not have text written on this spine. So you can see this book now here. This is about the book and about the author. You can see it something like this. And sometimes, most times, you also have the picture of the author placed right here for you to see. And then beneath it, you have what we call the ISBN. This is the ISBN barcode. Okay, so your book needs an ISBN. That's your paperback cover design. It needs an ISBN. So this is the paperback. This one. This is the front cover. This is the front cover. This is the spine, and this is the back cover. So everything together like this makes what a paperback cover design. So that's it. All right, now another thing that I'm going to be making mention of is what are the things that you must avoid. What are the things, the do's and don'ts when it comes to book cover design? What are the do's and don'ts when it comes to book cover design? What are the do's and the don'ts? Now, first, I would like to clarify these points that a graphic designer is not a book cover designer. A graphic designer is not a book cover designer. A graphic designer is not a book cover designer. A graphic designer is not a book cover designer. So that's that. And a cover designer is also not a graphic designer, like vice versa. a graphic designer is not a book cover designer, and a book designer is also not a graphic designer. The reason is because when it comes to paper cover design, most graphic designers don't get it. I'm speaking from experience. Most graphic designers don't get it. By the time you ask them to design, there will be issues. There will be for course. But when you want to upload to platforms like Amazon, that is when you understand this problem. Because Amazon will keep rejecting cover design, telling you that it doesn't up to size. So that means for those guys, what they after is for you to give wonderful picture, everything is fine, everything is shiny, but it is not up to size. It doesn't measure up to size. There's problem with sizing. Sizing has problem. So Amazon will keep telling you, I'm sorry, I cannot accept this because it's like you doing a cover book and the cover does not reach the edge of the book. It stops somewhere here. It doesn't make sense, right? I mean, the book is not well covered. So issues like this will always happen when you do your book cover design to a graphic designer that has little or no experience on what applies in the book industry. I hope you understand. And same way, you cannot give a book cover designer you doing graphics for you. When I graphics as a cover designer, I do graphics personally for my own stores, my programs. Like the flyers for this event were being done by me. That's the little I can do. But if you now come and meet me and say, oh, Oluwabori, I want you to please design flyers for, I don't have that at this. So sorry for the network. Like I was saying, there are some cover designs that especially basically in look like they are very good design looks. And there are some book cover designer, sorry, graphic designers that also specialize in flyers. Like they can make flyers, that they can make physical flyers for you. You know, they have different sections. There are some that are for branding. When it comes to branding, using plus for businesses, they are very much, they're like expert in that. So you need to understand, I say a book cover designer is a graphic designer, and a graphic designer is not a book cover designer. It's about specialty. It's about specialty and what applied in the book publishing industry. So you have to note that. And I think part of the do's and don'ts is that I
It seems the network at her end is um not too good, not too okay, but we trust that she would be back shortly. I trust we've been getting amazing values from our session. It's really, really, really okay. I think she's okay. Not yet. All right. Our session has been okay. It seems she's trying to connect back. Has been super, super amazing. Learning a lot about what book cover means and trying to differentiate it from the word book cover design. This is because most times we tend to think book cover is the same as book cover design, but that's not true. Okay, thank you. Boris back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
You're
so much. I'm
welcome.
sorry, like I don't know what happened to my network. I'm switching between two network providers here, but it's fine. So like I said, avoid the word buy. Like I like avoid it like a fake. Like avoid it. Avoid it with I don't know why at this century and day somebody will still be using buy. Like it's not trending. It's out of trend. Use buy after your name, your book cover design. Just delete it, be like buy. Delete it. Just write your name. You already know. Because I said your audience knows what to look for your name. They know where the name is. And differentiate your name from your title. So don't look for us. Avoid the word buy or your cover design. Don't use it. Avoid the word buy. Something buy from a design cover. Avoid it. Then another mistake that people do is with their names. When you're writing their name, don't make it so small and tiny. Like it's as if they did not even want to write name in the first place. Please, on your book cover design, your name should be at least legible enough for us to see. We are not saying it should be bigger than the title. Of course, in the hierarchy of size, your book title is meant to be bigger than your subtitle. So the hierarchy is like book title takes the first position size wise, followed by your own name, then third, in the third place, you have your subtitle. So that's the hierarchy of size when it comes to these things. Your book title is always the bigger size, followed by your name as the author, and then the subtitle. That's the hierarchy. So we want your name to be legible. We are not saying it should be too big. Of course, we know that you are not popular like maybe Robert Kiyosaki or the other people that are well known when it comes to publishing book publishing. We are not saying that, but let it be legible. Some of you will make it so small and tiny we can't even see. Check books around, check books from well-known publishing firms and see how it is like. Then that's the way we are not saying you should copy, we are saying you should model it according to that. That way you are doing what is acceptable. Then another thing in do's and don'ts that I see people do is this: don't jeopardize your book title in the name of design. Some of you want to kill, you will end up killing the book title because of design. Font, type of font type. You want this coily, super coily font that doing like what is this? See, you cannot read properly because it's just too coily, you know. And because of that, you will kill the destiny of your book just because you want a coily design, a coily font. Avoid that. Make sure that the font that you are choosing for your title is something that we can read, and we can read easily. We will not be straining our eyes to read it. You can read it even if it is a small size. You can still see that this is the title now. I can see it, it's clear. So that's another thing that you also have to avoid. Avoid using too curly fonts, like fonts that are too curly, they're extremely curly. Avoid using them for your book title. Make sure that your book title is legible and readable, even in small size. Yes, you have to ensure that as well. Then what else again would I say? Okay, I talked about book your subtitle. That subtitles are meant to explain your title well. Yes, a subtitle is meant to explain your title well. It's meant to give meaning to your title more, but mostly for non-fiction books. Mostly for non-fiction books. Then another thing again I see people do is that do not overcrowd your book cover design with too many pictures. And somebody will say, oh no, I want this picture to be there. I want that picture to be there. There are so many distracting pictures. Everything becomes so clumsy. It becomes so clumsy. We don't even know which one to look at. This one is calling our attention. This picture is calling our attention. So everybody is looking left and right, center on the cover. They are not even focusing anymore on the title. It's just the picture that they are looking at. No, a picture or two is okay. A picture or two is okay. If it comes to the 4, 5, 6, there's problem. There is problem. Don't want too many pictures. Just a picture or two is okay. So don't make it too crowded with too many things on it. Then aside from pictures, so don't crowd or overcrowd your cover design with too many text. Some of you will put a rider on top. The best selling book in Africa. Then you put the title, how to not how to not receive breakfast from a partner. Then you put the subtitle, the step-by-step guide to living healthy with your partner even in the 21st century. As if that is not enough, you still come forwarded by me Soyinka. As if that one is not enough. Then you now put your name, John, Johnson, David. Then you now put your name, you put another information again, extra pages inside or 10 tips inside. I mean, information is too much. Oh, just at the front of the book alone, what is it? How many more? Which one do you want us to focus on? Avoid it. I've told you the important things: your title, subtitle, and your name. If you have a forward, in your books, before that written by somebody else, just put the name on top, just somewhere close. Except if you know that the person is a notable person and you know that putting their name, like writing the forward, then you put the name of the person on the cover would help promote that book because they're influential. Then you can make it at least noticeable enough that this person forwarded my book, at least just to add prestige to the book and make it sell. Do you understand? But everything is I'm not diminishing the person, but person is not well known, but then you have a forward. Just make it somewhere there and just indicate. But if it is a well-known influential person, you want to make it legible enough, but not too big that it overwrites your book title. So I am going to stop here right now. I'm going to stop here now and stop sharing. So if you have questions, let me know. If you have questions, let me know. Currently I have a training on ebook cover design. It's called ebook cover design blueprint course, and it has just 8 short videos on how you can design an ebook cover for yourself. Yes, how to design an ebook cover for yourself or for your book using Canva, and just for 1,000 naira. Yes, it's for 1,000 naira. You will have access, a lifetime access to the course, as well as some other freebies as well. You have access to 7 other ebooks, 2 of them that talks about ebook cover design. You also have, I think one of them talks about book titling, some talks about book launching, a lot of wonderful resources there that you can also get on purchase just for 1,000 naira. Ebook cover design blueprint. So let me know if you have questions. If you have questions, ask. If you have got questions, please ask. If you've got questions, please ask. Please ask. So that's my link to my Seller store. That's the link to my Seller store. And you can also post me on Facebook as well. Let me see if you have questions.
Wow, wow, wow. That was super amazing. Like, our host actually came to give us back to back values, like back to back. She's been doing an amazing job. Let's give her a round of applause, please. Let's celebrate Bori in the comments. Thank you so much, Bori. That was super amazing. Thank you so, so much. Let's celebrate her in the comments. I can't see I can't see any appreciation yet. Are we still here? Are we still here?
Any
Let's set
question? Any
host. Can you hear me,
question?
please?
Any question? Any question?
Bori, can you hear me?
All right, can hear you.
Okay, okay. That was really an amazing session. Thank you so much for sharing so much value with us. I really personally, I really learned a great deal. Like, I really learned a lot today. Thank you so much. Because I realized that sometimes when it comes to book cover design, people actually make mistakes like, okay, the way a book cover design of someone who is probably influential, someone who is well known is, that is also the way I want my book cover design to be. Whereas you're just coming up, right? Someone who is just an author, an aspiring author who also wants to design his book the exact way an influential person designed his book. For example, when she mentioned the word forward, most times we use people that are not actually influential to actually write her forward, and this may not necessarily be right. As she mentioned, we need someone who's already up there, right? Most of the time, someone who already has the name, who already has the influence, so they can actually what help you to what make your book more targeted towards a global audience. So whenever you actually what um trying to make your book cover design, you need to be intentional by what reaching out to a professional. Don't try to want to do everything yourself. Just as the same way Miss Deborah mentioned about self-editing. Some people are so um economical, let me use that word, or trying to be resourceful to the extent that they want to do everything themselves. Like, I want to do everything myself. No, 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 no. You don't have to do everything yourself. You need to what outsource things by what speaking to a professional. If you want your book to be if you want your book to meet up with global standard, then you need to speak to a professional. Don't try to do everything yourself. Speak to a professional. They're able to give you the right counsel, direct you rightly on what you need to do and how to make your book what a global kind of product that is what's widely accepted. All right, thank you so much, Bori, for that session. That was super amazing. I think Miss Blessing is here with us. Mom, are you ready for us? Can we have you join us? Bori, are you trying to join? I'm sorry to cut in. Let me know if Bori is trying to join or if she has something to still share with us.
I'm here.
Okay, all right. Please go on, Bori.
Okay, I think in the absence of no question, we can just go over to the next speaker. Though I ought to share on book formatting, but if once Miss Blessing is true, then we can just quickly chip that in, then we'll wait for the evening session to come. I'm so sorry, my network, I don't know what I fear
Okay, it seems
most.
Bori will. Oh, sorry about that. It seems Bori will help us with inviting Miss Blessing in. So I hope we are all excited. I need to see in the comment that we're excited to have our next speaker. Bori.
To log into the others.
Oh, I think Bori is having a little technical issue with a network. Let's hope she joins us shortly. Um, Bori, can you hear me?
Okay.
Wow. So we have here. You're welcome, ma'am. Good
Thank
afternoon.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Please, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Yes.
Okay, great, great. I'm really, really grateful for this platform. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for the honor. It's a big one. And I really want to appreciate the kind host, Mrs. Oluwabori. God bless you so much for this opportunity. I appreciate you so much. Thank you very much. Please, did you get me?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I'm going to be speaking on ghostwriting. I'm going to be speaking on ghostwriting as a business. Ghostwriting as a business, most especially in our contemporary times. But first and foremost, we'll be looking at what ghostwriting is about. What is ghostwriting? Now, what comes to the mind of people is that anything that do not have to make your name appear is a ghostwriting project, is a ghostwriting work. Whatsoever that's a layman definition of ghostwriting. Whatsoever that would not allow you appear in the work, that would not bring credit to your name in any line of project is ghostwriting. Now, that's a good definition of ghostwriting. But the thing is, ghostwriting cut across every phases. Ghostwriting cut across every phase. We have people who write blog and their names are not mentioned. People who write articles and their names are not mentioned. People who write fictions and non-fiction books and their names are not mentioned. People who write magazines, people who write speeches, people who write web copies, and their names are not mentioned. So all this cut across ghostwriting and everything that has to do with ghostwriting. So the other thing we would look at now is what comprises a ghostwritten work. What comprises a ghostwritten work? How do you know this is a ghostwritten work? I hope we are following, please. Can you hear me? Okay, good. Okay, good. So how do we tell this work is actually ghostwritten? How do we tell a ghostwritten work? Now, a ghostwritten work is not usually known. First off, you don't always know what a ghostwritten work is or what is not, because the original writer do not put his or her name in the work. It is only the owner that gets the credits. The owner gets the credits for the work done, but the original writer do not get the credits for the work done. Now, one secret way to know this is if the writers are two, if the authors, are two. If you look at a book and you can see about two authors written in the book project, then know that the book is actually ghostwritten. That is one sure sign to know. That is how to know that, okay, this book was actually ghostwritten. I hope you understand. Then another way is to see that you get to the acknowledgement section and you found out in the way the owner of the book is actually appraising individuals. The owner of the book is actually appraising individual. That is a way for you to believe that this person actually gave it to a ghostwriter to write in the aspect of acknowledgement. So I've mentioned two ways by which you can tell that this book is actually ghostwritten. One is through the author's name. If the authors are more than one, that is a sure sign. The second one is actually through the acknowledgement section. That is another way for you to know that. So let's go into how ghostwriters charge, how they actually charge, how they work, the dynamics beneath or behind their efforts. Number one thing is word count. A ghostwriter would actually give a quotation for a job by giving or by looking at the word count of the project. You would understand, you would bear me witness that most editors in the house love to go by word count when they want to charge for an editing project. The same thing also goes for ghost writers too. Some of them go by word count also. And I don't blame them for that, because that's one of the easiest way to know how to charge for your work, going by word counts. If you can charge maybe 30,000 per word, maybe you can take it for maybe 35,000 naira or more, just like that. And other people also charge for according to their ability. Personally, I charge according to my ability. I am someone who believes in a prowess. I am someone who believes in a skill. I am very big on the fact that your talents can take you to anywhere, most especially if you know your onions very well. So I charge based on my ability. If you bring a project to me and you tell me this, that, I look at what I am bringing to your table. I look at the design I am going to bring to your restructuring. I look at the ideas I am going to bring to your table. Take, for example, a teacher in Port Harcourt wanted me to ghostwrite one of her books. She already crafted some ideas that she would talk about. She already crafted some major details in the book. So I just needed to run with the vision. Notwithstanding, I told her these are my charges based on the idea of the book, based on what she's bringing to the table. But most importantly, I am charging based on what is going to change the story of the book. I don't know if you understand. Changing the story of the book, changing the total idea, bringing a modification of what she's saying. She's writing on a children's book, and I included the aspect of storytelling, how we can make this children book that is targeted at nursing mothers or people who have children in the crèche, how we can introduce storytelling. So as a fiction and non-fiction writer, I am bringing my skill to the table. I am bringing my talent to the table. So that is one way to know that, yes, this is what you can charge according to what count. You can charge according to your ability. You can also charge according to client goals. Some clients can be very demanding. I'm telling you, some clients can be very demanding. I worked with a client in March, and she wanted me to write a Christian non-fiction. I started with the work, and it was a roller coaster. From A to B, C, D, we kept on changing, modifying, refining, a lot of work to be done. At the end, she didn't feel satisfied because she had so many critiques behind her. Today, our pastor will say, fix this in. Another time, our brothers will say, fix this in. Another time, this. There were a lot of critique behind her. So, such a client is really, really demanding. And what do we do in such circumstance? We try to work with their demands. We try to work with what they want. We try to build relationship despite the hard times they are giving one, because this is what makes the flexibility of a ghostwriter, especially in these contemporary times. Ability for you to be able to work under pressure, ability for you to be able to work with anybody, ability for you to be able to mix your temperament and to blend with others who are not in your line, who are not your type of person, but one thing or the other brought you guys together. So that is one thing that is actually a very good trait in a ghostwriter. Then people also charge according to budgets. What is the budget of the client? What is the budget that the client has? Is it big? Is it small? Is it medium? They charge according to that. So, like I mentioned earlier, there are several ways, and budget is one of the last way people charge their fee. Now, one thing I want to discuss is how do you leverage your ghostwriting skill? How do you leverage your ghostwriting skill into a money-making venture? I started ghostwriting in 2019, but officially I started bringing out my brand in 2018. I started showing up, I started coming out, I started, putting myself out there. But I started ghostwriting for people in 2019. People will send me short stories to create for them. People will ask me, a guy has asked me to write a love letter before. So I have to put myself in his shoes. I have to pretend like I am the one who wants to love the girl. So a ghostwriter is open to so many opportunities. What we need is how well can you write? A ghostwriter is open to so many opportunities. You can wear the shoe of anybody, and you are expected to travel in the mind of anything and anybody, just so you can bring an idea alive. Now I'm going to talk about how you can turn your skills into a money-making venture. The first one is you must understand your niche, understand your strength. What area of ghostwriting are you good at? It is okay to say I'm a ghostwriter, I'm a content developer, I'm a storyteller, I am a this, I am a that. What aspect is your strength? What can you do most? We have so many kind of ghostwriters. Is it the script writers, the documentarians, or the visual artists, people who bring stories alive, or screenwriters, the screen god and screen goddess, or fiction writers or non-fiction writers? So what aspects of ghostwriting do you want to do? Do you want to be? Choose a niche, develop yourself in it, and see how well you would grow. For example, I am a fiction writer. I am a fiction or non-fiction writer. I love to write stories. I love to tell relatable stories, unrelatable stories, any kind of stories. So far, it is bringing in an idea to life. So far, it is telling something about a topic. I can create a story around anything. The same way I can talk about someone that is not real, that is fiction, and the same way I can talk about someone that is real in fiction. I talk about so many experiences using stories, leveraging storytelling. So choose your niche. Choose your niche and be well grounded in it. When I worked in Orange VFX, Nigerian finest animation company in 2019, I was working as their story writer and content creator. Sometimes as a managing director will bring scripts for me to write. This could be documentaries, this could be copywriting. I will do well, yes, but I won't do well as much as it gives me the free hand to write stories, to create stories for the blog, or to just wrap up something for social media. just tell a story around the character. It could tell me, okay, Blessing, today we are going to tell a story around this character. We are going to be creative today. We are going to imagine this character out of somewhere, and we are going to put out a storyline around it. Now, that is where my creativity comes in. But when they start giving me, create a drama script, create a script for a play that we are going to use for our animated characters, it puts me under a kind of pressure, because that is not where my strength lies. So you have to choose what you are actually good at and sit on that, be well grounded in that, be an authority in that aspect, because that's what makes the difference. It is not about who does so many things. It is about who does one thing right. It's not about who does so many things. I am a this, I am a that, I see so many people online, they tell you I am this, I am that, I am, their bio is full of so many things. And I ask myself, okay, what can I actually point at this person that he does so well or she does so well? What can I actually point at this person? So we must be very careful not to be a master of everything, not to be a jack of all trade and a master of nothing, but to be a master of something. So the first one I mentioned is to choose your niche, choose your strength. What are you good at? Then the other one is you must learn to carve for yourself a spot. Choose what works for you. When you have identified your strengths, you've identified the area you are good at, and you know what is in for you, choose what works for you. Carve your spot. Where would you want to carve your spot? Would you want to carve your spot on WhatsApp? We have so many online platforms today that are really big. Would you want to carve your spot on WhatsApp? Would you want to carve your spot on Facebook? Would you want to carve your spot on LinkedIn? Would you want to carve your spot on Twitter? Would you want to carve your spot in blog sites, on Instagram? Where would you want to carve your spot? There are several places for you to sit and start being an authority in that field. So it depends on where you would want to carve your spot. So I've still taken myself as an example. I have sat on Facebook for so long, and that is where I have carved my spot due to the viability of getting audience and getting referrals, and also the versatility of reaching out to so many audience. And it's a fighter ground for someone who is an upcoming. So it's really, really easy for me because that is where I have chosen. So you have to choose your own spot too. Where would you want to actually work on? What would be your own ground, your platform to carve your spot? So that is number 2. Then number 3 on is master excellence and competence. How do you master excellence and competence? How do you master excellence and competence? Would you just sit like a log of wood and you say you are growing? No. Would you remain at one spot and say, I have done enough, this is okay for me? No. You carve yours, you become expertise, you become an expert, you become competent at what you do by enrolling for classes. When you start taking your personal development very seriously, enrolling for classes that can boost your personal development, that can help you build your self-esteem. Yes, self-esteem is core, is very important too. Classes that builds your personal development in the area of writing. There is no writer that knows it all. There is no writer that is perfect. We are all learning. Even the best is still learning from the best. So we have to be careful what we think we are good at. there is room for improvement in every facet of life. There is room for improvement for everyone that thinks he has arrived or she has arrived. So what am I trying to say is, master competence, master excellence. Give yourself to learning and give yourself to learning wide. What aspects do you think you still falter on? What aspect do you think you still falter on? Ask yourself, which aspect do you think you are not so good at that you can grow in? For example, last year I took a course on copywriting because I wanted to leverage that aspect very well. I went for the course, I finished the class. The knowledge gained, I inculcated it into my ghostwriting skill once more. The other time again, I perfected my editing skills. I've always had a knack for editing. I perfected my editing skill, went for classes online, added it to my portfolio again. So you keep building, you keep learning. That makes you an excellent person, because when people see you, they can put a hand to you and say, oh, this person is actually good at what she does. I love the fact that she's versatile, and it is because you are giving room for yourself to learn. So like I said, the greatest thing you can do for yourself is to keep improving, keep reading. I am very good at reading. A ghostwriter cannot write effectively if you do not read effectively. A ghostwriter must also be an avid reader. An avid reader, you cannot say you want to write, because some clients will come up with projects that all they will drop for you is just one singular idea, and you have to run with it. So what you are bringing to the table is beyond I know it. What you are bringing to the table should be full of excellence. And how do you do excellence when you are not excellence yourself? So you must rise to the stature of being an excellent person in areas of building yourself. Read effectively, read wide, any and everything. Don't streamline yourself. Don't say, oh, I have read enough, this is my line of thought. Read. If I'm not talking about reading online. Online reading is just a surface of so many things we have in this world. A surface of information. Go deeper. Buy books. Get books to read online, or go to bookstores, visit a library, read. Read. That is one way to be, that is another way to rise above what is actually trailing you. Read and read wide. And I believe that this what will I call it now? This science, or these helpful strategies that I'm giving, are actually very, very insightful if you put them to work. So if you put them to work, you have a perfect, insightful results that you'll be getting. So another one is be unique in your dealings. Be unique in your dealings. Some people actually, they have the skill, good enough. They have the skill, but they don't have the emotional intelligence to be unique in their dealing and to be able to deal with people who are actually, maybe term a mountainous, what will I call it now? Client. Emotional intelligence to deal with them makes you very unique in your dealing. So you don't have to fight with your clients so that you will not miss out on future referrals. You don't have to drag them dirty so that you can actually have a good record. What you need is to be unique in your dealing. And with that, you have to master the part of emotional intelligence. Now, one thing that's kept me afloat in the online space is my ability to be far away from anything that has to do with online trolls and dragging. Anything that has to do with online trolls and dragging, I'm always not part of it. That's why when most people reach out to me to ghostwrite for them, they'll tell me, hey, Blessing, one thing that's attracted me to you is I see that you do not face any drama online. And I ask myself that, so people are actually watching. So they know those who pursue drama online, and they know those who do not. So it's in your hands to be that brand that people are looking up to, that brand of excellence. So if you are someone that you are being dragged online, oh, today she has done this, she has done that, you may be repelling customers. Your attitude, your perception of you in the media may be repelling customers, may be repelling worthy clients. So be careful what you do online, for they watch. Your next worthy client is watching. Your next potential client is watching. So be very, very conscious of what you do online. Be very, very conscious. I want you to remember that ghostwriting has to first do with your brand as a person. It has to first do with your brand as a person. So before people will say, I want you to write my book for me, they've actually loved your person. They are actually obsessed with you, your values, what you give attention to, who you are, what you feed on, what you think, what you do, kind of things you relate with, kind of things you actually find yourself in, what influences you, your religion, everything has to do with your brand. So before you say, I'm not getting job as a ghostwriter, I don't get clients, I don't get projects, I don't get gig, check yourself. What are you representing? Who are you representing out there? Who are you representing out there? What do people see when they see you? What attitude are you putting up? Because like I said, the first thing that actually attracts people to you is your brand and not your writing. So your brand as a person is the perception people have about you before they can reach out to you for a lot of ghost writing projects. So let's be very careful on our brand. Then the other thing is, how do you sell yourself? We've talked about ghostwriting, what it is, how the ghostwriters charge for their client and for their clients, for their projects, then how to turn ghostwriting into a money-making venture, how to take ghostwriting into a money-making venture. Then another is how they can actually sell their self. How can you sell yourself? How can you sell yourself as a ghostwriter? How can you sell yourself? You must have done a lot of things, put a lot of things in place. How do you sell yourself as a ghostwriter? I just got a ghostwriting gig recently, and it amuses me to say that this woman has been on my timeline for years, watching me. You know, some persons are very good at that. They love to watch you, follow you up, what you do, every step of your move. They are looking, they are watching. That's why it's very, very important that you are very intentional online. You are careful of what you put out there, careful of what you represent, careful of what you do, because a whole lot of people are watching if you don't know. So this woman reached out to me and asked if I could help her with the book writing project of her husband. And one statement she made was, I have been watching you all this while. So they've been watching you alongside the clients that may just see you today and just get in contact with you. There are so many ways that you can make money online. You know, we have cold clients that you will just be feeding, like this woman that just approached me now. I could call her a cold client because all the while she has been following me, but she did not take what do I call it now? She didn't take action until when fit that she was ready and she has ascertained the kind of person I am, then she took action. So we must be very careful. Like I said, now how do you sell yourself? How do you sell yourself online? You start by setting up your profile. Start by setting up your profile. This is one way to sell yourself massively online. Set up your profile, put out your portfolios out there. What are those things you've done in time past that people were, applauding you about? Put it out there. That's an evidence of your work. Set up your profile. If you are here to set up your profile and you are aspiring to be a ghostwriter, you are sitting on a wrong thing. So set up your profile. That's the first thing. Set up your profile. Then the second one is walk the path. Be an author yourself. Endeavor to write a book, because it is easier said than done. I can help you write your book. I can help you write your book. My friend, have you written a book for yourself before? Because in this part of the world, people love to believe what they have seen. So it is easier to convince people when they see that you have a catalog of books that you have written, not the ones that you are imagining. I will write a book so time, I will do this. No, they love to see catalogs of books that you have written in time past or that you have written most recently. So write your book, walk the path. Have an idea of what it is to ghostwrite for someone. If you don't have your own book, how do you want to write for another person? Especially in this part of the world. So you have to walk the path. You have to also be able to say, okay, I can beat my chest that I am an author. So walk the path, write your own book. Another is start ghostwriting for people in your network. You don't have to reach out to influencers. I want to reach out to people who are big names in the society so that they can carry my name, my brand up there. Yes, it's a good one. But first thing first, a step at a time. A step at a time. Start writing for people that are in your circle. They are in your network. You don't have to be up there before you say, okay, start writing for people in your circle, in your network. These are people that, we can actually say they would stand in for you. They will vet for you when the time comes. They will know the kind of person that you are. So start with people in your network. Regardless of what they give you in exchange, start with them. These are the people that will refer you in future. These are the people that will talk about you. These are the people that would, share your work, family and friends, put you on that high pedestal that you have been meaning to. These are the people that will do them for you. So you have to make sure that you can actually do this for yourself. So by leveraging on relationship, make sure that you can actually start doing a lot for people. Then another thing is learn to manage relationships with your clients. This is how to sell yourself online. The third one, learn to manage relationship with your clients. Like I said earlier, you will deal with a lot of people, but the sense is for you to be able to know those that, you know, that are difficult and those that you need to be very careful with. I'm not saying you hate them. I'm not saying you throw them away. No, but learn to manage relationship. That is why you need to develop yourself. I've met with clients that prove difficult, but that doesn't mean that we go our separate ways. We are still friends, but it's only lies in how well I could manage them. So it's all about me. It's not about them. They are coming for you for a service, and all they need is that you get them what they want and they are gone. But you know what you want to get, that beyond the money, you are seeking for a good reputation. So you build value, build relationship. You build value, you build relationship. So these are the things I've talked about, and I hope we understand them all. We understand them all. Now, the last tip I would want to share with ghostwriters or aspiring ghostwriters is that practice, practice, and practice. Practice how to write in a first person language. First person language is using I. I don't know if you've come across Chimamanda's book, Purple Hibiscus. That is a storyline of first person language. That style she used is first person language, where she tells the story through the eye of Kambili. Where she tells the story through the eye of Kambili. So that is a first person style of writing. We have another style of writing, which is the second person. This writer sees and tells the story through the eye of a second person. He could choose a character in the story and says, he says, she says, he says, he and she. These are second person style of writing. Then another way to write is choose the third eye. Choose the third eye. The third eye is just like an all-seeing eye. That is an angle where you can also tell the story from. You can tell the story from the first person, tell the story from the second person, and you can tell the story from the third person, the third eye. So I believe with this few points I've highlighted, I believe that you thoroughly understand all that I've been talking about on ghost writing. So if there are any questions, please let me know. Please bring them. Let me know. I don't know if I've exceeded my time. I was given 20 minutes and 10 minutes for question and answer. So if there are any questions, please let me know. Write them down. I will be looking at them in the comments.
Wow, that was super amazing. Is Miss Blessing with us? Please let's celebrate. You've done a super amazing job. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Do you have questions? Do we have questions? Do we have questions? We really learned a lot about ghostwriting. We've learned a lot about ghostwriting. So now, I also learned a lot of things from my hand, but I would love to read in the comments. Do we have anyone that has one or two things that actually stood out for them from our session? Do you have one or two things that actually stood out for you from Miss Blessing's session? Can you share with us, please? Okay, for me, a lot of things actually stood out for me from your session. One of it is the fact that to be a ghostwriter, you need to be intentional about learning, right? It's not just about you just saying, I just have an idea about this. No, you need to be grounded. You need to know what you're doing because you can't give what you don't have, right? So as a ghostwriter, you need to but also be an authority. You can't just start speaking, start writing on what you don't have um full knowledge or don't have complete knowledge about. No, that would be more like giving out something that is not what well nourished to your client and also to the world. So, as a ghostwriter who wants people to recommend him or her, you need to be intentional about learning. And then, while learning, ensure that you actually build authority in your niche. Have a niche. You shouldn't just be about everything. Don't be a jack of all trade and master of none. Right? You should be intentional about the fact that you have a niche. There should be something we know you for. Once your name is mentioned, there should be something that actually rings in the mind of people, in the ears of people. Let people know you for something. Let people be able to say, okay, for example, Miss Blessing, I know her as a ghostwriter. Miss Bori, I know her as a cover and book designer. Miss Damilola, I know as a relationship coach. Let people know you for something. Be so good at something that people can actually say, okay, I know this person, to be versatile, to be vast in this particular area. This doesn't mean that now this is where we need to create a balance. This doesn't mean that you shouldn't be good at other aspects of life or you should not give consideration to other areas of your life. No, but just as Miss Blessing mentioned, she said she's also good at editing. She took editing classes and she became good at it, right? Notwithstanding, she still was so good at what ghostwriting. But now having an idea or an a knowledge, having a knowledge in editing will help her to be a better ghostwriter. So she's not just going to just be like every other ghostwriter. She's going to stand out because after ghostwriting your book for you, she can also what edit your book for you, and that makes it even more super amazing and even more catching when it comes to the money making aspect. I know we love that aspect, the money making aspect, right? So that's really one of those things I've actually learned. Like I've really learned a whole lot of things, but those ones actually stood out for me. Really, really stood out for me. Thank you so much, ma'am. God bless you. God bless you. Do you have any last word for us for this session before we round up the session this afternoon?
I
Your
think
mic
there
is
is a
not
question.
okay. A question, right?
Yes.
Okay, let me check, please. All right, thank you. What are the advantages? I'm actually reading out the question, please. What are the advantages of ghostwriting for authors? What are the advantages of ghostwriting for authors?
There are two major advantages that stand out for authors on another person's intellectual to write. So you are having a strong basis of another person's mind, brain, intellectual self to work on. So it's not just about your own view or your own background or your own value. You are also leveraging on another person's intellect. So where they said two heads are better than one, I think this is where it comes in. So it is not just about you alone going headlong into a project. No, you are also having a support system in case the project is higher than you or you need a wider scope to the project. So that is one advantage. The fact that you can leverage on the person's intellect is a key factor, is a big one. Then the second one is you are actually outsourcing the job. It gives you a hands-free off the work. So you are just there relaxing, chilling in your house, and you make mouth to the world that, oh, I'm going to write a book, my book is coming, I have a book to write. Whereas you are eating chicken and chip in your sitting room, you've not even opened your laptop in how many weeks, but your money is speaking. Just sell the idea to the ghostwriter, they do the work, and you just cruise on with yourself and just enjoy yourself, take care of yourself. Your money will take care of exactly. So these are two important advantages that are actually very relatable. One is you are leveraging on the person's intellect, most especially somebody who is super intelligent. Then the other one is you are at rest. You are not physically putting yourself into it. You are not stressing. All you need is to just drop the idea and they run with it. The rest is just for you to go sit and have a full day. So these two are the major reasons why people love to ghostwrite a lot. That's why ghostwriting is a lucrative business, because people will just pay you money and just go get a seat and chill somewhere while you do the job. So it's very lucrative. That's why you can charge as much as, it depending on the work though, but when it comes to children books, biographies, autobiographies, Christian fiction, Christian non-fiction, biblical projects and all, you can charge as high as 6 figures depending on what you want. So there are a lot of perks attached to ghostwriting. There are a lot of perks attached to ghostwriting. So the second question, I cannot remember vividly. I don't know if you can help me with it, but I know the second question popped up on the screen.
I can. Let me go ahead with that. The second question is this: cost implication. It actually has to do with the cost implications. I read cost implications for authors who would want someone to write for them and what they need to know. I think this person is asking about cost implications. So for authors who want someone to write for them, that is a ghostwriter, what are the cost implications and what are the things they need to know?
Okay. The thing is this, there is no one singular way to give everyone a leverage. What I intend to say is that there is no one answer to this question. We are all individuals with various differences and various preferences. What works for you may not work for me. So in this line of business, I cannot tell Mrs. A what to do, the same way Mr. A cannot tell me what to do, because the pointers at which we are going to charge for our services are different. I mentioned them here. I said some ghostwriter charge according to word counts. So this is another way for you to make your cost implication known. Word counts. If you are very good with word count and you want to leverage that as a means of getting your pay, work with that. Then another person's also choose ability. Some people work with their ability. How good they are will determine how well they can charge. So they are very good with, okay, do you know my potential? Do you know how much I can do? Do you know how much I can work? Do you know what I'm bringing to the table? So they charge with ability. They use their writer's ability as a leverage. Then another person's also charge with client goals. They go with client goals. What the client has in store for them is what they work with. What the client has in store for them is what they work with. So they ask for the client's interest, for the client expectation, and they run with that. So cost implication cuts across these segments. It is not streamlined to a particular one. Then also, some person also work with budget. They love to work with budget too. The budget of their clients. Some clients will tell you, I just have 50,000 for this book. Oh, I don't know if you can take it from me. Oh, this is the budget I have. Oh, and some people will say, okay, bring it, I will take it. Sometimes I do that, but more often than not, I try to stay by my ability. I use my ability in leveraging what I can do and what I cannot do. So that is really a big deal for me because I love to work with abilities. So you must choose one out of these that actually speak to you, that actually deal with what you can do. It could be the word count, writer's ability, it could be your budget, it could be your client's goals. Choose one of these and that will be your pilot into what you want to get for your pay. I think these are the answers to the questions that we're given.
Yeah. All right. Can you hear me now, please? Since my
Yes,
network
I
is.
can.
All right. Thank you so much for that wonderful explanation. Thank you so much. From your explanation, with the second question, I think it's just more like trying to relate this with relationship. Like what works for a particular family may not necessarily work for another family. So that means now
Yes,
coming to the aspect of authors authorship now, what works for a particular author, a particular writer may not work for another writer. However, I think
yes.
there should be a professional, or should I say, like there should be something that will actually serve more like a balance, or
For
there should be
every
something
ghostwriter. Okay.
exactly. So I feel there should be a
Okay.
balance. We would love to hear that, please.
Yes. One of the major balancing for this aspect is through the writer's count. Through the
Okay.
word count, I mean word count.
What
This
kind?
is a general way of knowing how to charge for a project using word count. That is the leverage most people use these days. That's what I said. The same way editors charge for word count, it's still the same way ghostwriters charge for word count. So by numbers of words they can write, if you are going for 20,000 words, for example, now those people who work in Upwork, who do freelancing work, you would see it in their bio that if you are working 20,000 words, this is the amount they'll charge. Convert it to Nigerian naira, you are talking about 100,000 naira. 20 to 50,000 words, this is what they will charge. They will tell you in dollars. So convert it to Nigerian naira, you have 100 or more. Why some people can actually charge low for that same word count. So professional statistic reads that it is actually true word count that most basis of balancing is made through the word count. I hope that answers the question, please.
Yes, please. It does. It does.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Bori, do you have something to say? This session has been super, super educative.
Me,
Yes,
I'm
please.
trying to join you. Having you here, come talk with us and share with us some important nuggets as regards ghostwriting, from the aspect of business, like looking at it from the business side, it's really been a whole lot. And I'm sure that our audience that have listened to this and will subsequently watch the replay as well will be able to get information on how they can also leverage on this as a side business, as well. People that are looking to acquire skills and also earn money from it. This is actually a very good source of income for them to be able to leverage on and make good money from it. Thank you so much. And I love the fact that you answered the last question as well, because I think in the morning I later realized, I was like, oh, I forgot to add that in the ways to write well and even write a book also, you can get or hire the service of a ghostwriter as well to help you write and convey your message in such a way that it will look as if you're the one that wrote the book. They would listen to you so well, get the information that you want, and even over deliver beyond what you could even have written. They will do that. So if you are here, you are an aspiring author, you are the busy type, you don't have time, and yet you want to get a book out in your name, what you need is the service of a ghostwriter. And Mrs. Blessing here, she does that perfectly well. Like, she has ghostwritten so many things, so many book projects, and so you can always reach out to her for her ghostwriting services. And also, in the course of our conversation, she mentioned that she's also an editor. She does editing and ghostwriting very well. So you can also reach out to her for editing services as well and for ghostwriting services. And also connect with her on Facebook. Let me put up her Facebook link here. You can connect with her on Facebook. Like she said, I think she's mentioned that she's very active on Facebook. So you can always connect with her on Facebook. She's very, very active over there. Coming, trying to show that. Okay, I think it should be showing by now. So you can always connect with her on Facebook. She's very active on Facebook. She's very active, and if you check through her content, she has a lot of wonderful content as well. And if you happen to be our client, I tell you that she's going to treat you very well, because I've read a lot of her experiences with our clients, and she does it so well. So you can reach out to her via DM on Facebook, and she will gladly respond to you. So she has a course on editing as well too, and if you also require ghostwriting services, she does that. And I think currently now she's also having a particular program for stay-at-home moms and people that want to get yes, that want to earn by running a business from their skill. You have a skill and you're not
Skills,
earning
yes,
that. Let me
exactly.
speak
Yes.
on that. You can speak on that for a few minutes.
Ma?
I said maybe you speak on that for a few minutes.
Okay, that's business of your skill for
Yes.
stay-at-home moms, most especially. Those are my target audience. Those people who have a skill but do not know how to turn their skill into a money-making venture. So I created a WhatsApp class for them where I teach them the nitty-gritty of how to combine housework, homework, house chore, all of that, yes, and while pursuing the business of their skill, how to turn their skill, and strategies how they can employ strategies what they on how they can employ into getting the best of their skill. So the skill cuts across various sections. It is not just a writer. Any person who knows that he has a well-grounded skill in a particular thing can join. A skill as low as how to make bead can also come on board. Someone who can make bead, this local bead, can also come on board and leverage the internet on how he can make money. So these are the sneak peek into what the class looks like. For more information, an interested person can reach me on more things about business of your skill. Thank you.
Wow, amazing. So that's it. That's it. Guys, please just go to Facebook, check her out on Facebook. That's the link to her page. Just search for that name on Facebook and you'll be right there on her timeline. Go through it, send her a DM and request for any of her services. Currently, the program she talked about is ongoing and she's onboarding people for that right now. And this is also very good because she will also serve as your accountability partner too. So when you want to get her than we there, she'll be there to encourage you and ginger you and gel you up to get going, because she's also a stay-at-home mom and she's doing well and earning. So you don't think stay-at-home mom are just there. Forget to Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate.
All right, ma. Thank you, ma. Thank you. Thank you. I feel so honored. Thank you, ma. Thank you so, so
Welcome.
much. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So I think this is where we are going to draw the curtain for the event, the morning session. We're going to draw the curtain for the morning session right about now. And I want to say a big thank you to all our speakers. We had two speakers, then myself, the third person. Even though we also have, I had to stand in with for some, well, one of our speakers. She just had to be unavoidably here for some very critical reasons that is just beyond control. And so I had to step into that, which it was first class we had in the morning, managing your book project from concept to publication. Then from there we moved on to editing. Yes, editing. The importance of editing in publishing, we looked at that. That was being taken by Deborah Kano. She was here in the morning. Then we had a session on book cover design. Yes, then we moved ahead to this ghostwriting as a business. So if you're watching this live or you're probably watching the replay, please, I want you to take each of the sessions, just go over them again, watch them as many times as you could, and jot down points. I mean, these are valuable lessons. If you're an aspiring author, a first-time author, I believe that these have been of great help to you. Like, you now know what is expected of you as a first-time author, what you should ask for, what you should request for, what terms you should use when discussing with your book service professionals. And also, if you happen to be someone that is coming here, maybe you want to venture into editing, you have started already, but you just want to deepen your feet into this particular field as an editor, or you have been doing ghostwriting service before, but you want to further your knowledge on these areas. This particular conference or summit has also been a very great exposure for you. From what the previous speakers have shared, it's also another way for you to to learn more. You can always reach out to them. They have one-on-one coaching services. Some of them have courses that you can go ahead to enroll for, and they'll be able to put you through so that you can also increase your knowledge based on each of these particular services. So and then for as many people that also want writing, I mentioned in the morning that if you want to join writing challenge, you want to improve your writing skills, or you want to join creative writing classes, you can also reach out to me. Yes, reach out to me and I'll connect you with these people. You can also reach out to you can reach out to Deborah Kanu. You can reach out to Blessing Mitere, the woman, the lady that just spoke with us right now about now. You can reach out to these people and they will be able to put you through on what to do. Yes, they'll be able to put you through on what to do. Yeah, so you can always reach out to them, and they also offer writing services. And you can also reach out to me. So I have friends I know of two writing challenge that's currently going on right now that you can enroll in, and you can get going on your writing journey. And also, for those people that would want to get the ebook cover design blueprint course, like I said, it's just 8 short videos, and you have lifetime access to it. And also you have support as well. So there's a support group to help guide you should you encounter any difficulty in the course of learning, and also to help go over your designs as well. And it's just for 1,000 naira. You also get some additional bonuses as well to it. Yes, and then don't forget the self-edit bundle course from Deborah Kanu. It's currently available for people that participated in this conference for 3,000 naira. After it's been launched, the price will go back to 5,000 naira. So make sure that you check out these things. You can connect with any of our audience, or any of our speakers rather, online. They are very active on Facebook. You can check them out on Facebook to connect with them and tell them that you are reaching them from the PublishNation Virtual Conference 2023, so that they can be able to attend to you very, very well. And so on this note, I'm going to be saying a very big thank you once again to Damilola. Thank you for moderating the event. Thank you to Precious, those are part of our volunteer members that joined in the course of the program. Thank you to Mr. Mark. Mr. Mark Goodness was here earlier, and the host of other people that joined in. Let me see if I can mention you people's name. We'd love to see you in the evening again. This is the morning session. We can't wait to have you guys join us in the evening. We know that everybody is busy now. People have gone to eat. So you people should join us in the evening session again. I'm trying to check the names. Let me see. Let me see. Can I get more names? Can I get more names? Okay, I've mentioned these names. Um, who else again? Let me see. Precious was here. Yes. Then Dr. Gio Ezeka said, can he get the video? Yes. The replay for people that missed it. We are going to be selling the replay for a fee. So if you are interested in getting the recordings or the replays to the morning and evening session, you'll be getting that for a fee, just for a fee of 500 naira only. For 500 naira only, you will be getting the recordings alongside some other freebies as well. So I should be able to show the flyer hopefully, but then we'll drop it on our Telegram channel for you to see. So the replay will be available 500 naira, and also you'll be getting a certificate of participation as well as some other freebies for just 500 naira. You can see that is very, very cheap, like too cheap. Then Abidemi Akintunde, thank you for joining. I think I saw your comments. Who else is here? Who else is here? Who else is here? Who else is here? Yes, I've mentioned goodness. Okay. So thank you so much, everyone. June was here too. There's June. I can see June here too. Thank you for joining. It's so good to have you guys here. Thank you, Damilola, for joining us, for helping us moderate the event. We can't wait to have you join us again in the evening session. Evening session starts by 7 p.m. and it's going to be another live stream. So if you are joining with this link by then, you'll be very wrong. We're going to drop the link to the second session, which is the this session, on our YouTube channel. So go to our Telegram channel. Go there and watch out for the link to the streaming of the second or the evening session of the event by 7 p.m. And we're going to be talking about Amazon KDP. We're talking about how to run Facebook ads to market your book. We're talking about how to generate content as well to market your book online. So we have three wonderful speakers coming to talk to us in the evening by 7 p.m. Make sure to join us. Over to you, Damlola. Damlola, I think you are muted. We can't hear you.
My, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, yes.
I apologize, please. All right. Bumi has actually spoken well. She has already informed us about everything we need to know about what's happening this evening. There is so much goodies in store for us. You shouldn't want to miss it. Yes, you shouldn't even try to. So let's all meet this evening at 7 p.m. West African time. Ensure to share this amazing conference. You can still share with your friends, with your families. Let them join us. But can we have the link, please? The link to the YouTube channel. So I think it's way easier for people to make it easier for people, please.
Yes, we'll
So
drop
if you
it
want to,
on the Telegram. We'll drop it on
all
Telegram
right,
and then we'll drop it on YouTube on WhatsApp so that people can share it on their platform, as many places they can share it, and then people can join via there from there.
all right, perfect, perfect. Thank you. So please share with your friends, share with your families. Come one, come all. It's definitely going to be a great time of learning. Don't miss out. 7 p.m. West African time. See you in the evening. Take care. Bye bye.